soothing sunshine, winter chill, and plenty of thrill. Exactly these things are waiting for you as we are here at this beautiful Chandigarh Golf Club for the prestigious event called Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 Open. Hi, I am Snehlata. As you know, we are here. Before we start, can we have a look so that we can know what happened exactly 2 days before? And as I can say, Karan Pratap Singh, Abhijit Singh Chadha, Chandrajit Yadav, Sachin Basoya knocking hard on lead board. Just one stroke, as you know, separate each other. Meanwhile, Jamal Hossaini from Bangladesh didn't have the best days, still managed to hold on his overnight lead with a resolute 4 under 68. As we get round 3 in 1.5 crore Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. The leader group will tee off exactly 9. Still we'll have some challengers. Meanwhile, for the precise commentary to know more about the sports, I will toss to the commentary box. Over to you, Shaurya.
Thank you, Snehlata there, our presenter from the golf course. And a very warm welcome to all of you today, ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages. We are live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. This tournament is being played at the Chandigarh Golf Course, offering a prize fund of 1.5 CR. I am your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside Mr. Krishna Swamy, celebrated golf journalist. And leading the pack right now is Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh at 11 under par. This tournament has seen some hot scoring thus far, the cut going at even par. The players have got the measure of this golf course. They're making a lot of birdies. You have Sachin Basoya up in second position at 10 under par. Chandrajit Yadav, Karan Pratap Singh, local challenger. Abhijit Singh Chadha, the long-hitting player from Chandigarh at 8 under par. So a lot of good scores. A lot of low numbers. What's your take so far?
Well, one thing that I'm extremely happy about. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Shaurya, for calling me celebrated. Nothing close to being celebrated, except that I love golf so much. And hats off to Jeev for actually hosting such a brilliant event. I think it's now been 6 years since he's been doing it. And I think it's such a welcome sight to see him into the weekend rounds for the first time. And believe me, he's really one of the real legends of Asian golf and maybe even world golf. He's the guy who's put the Indian golf onto the world map. And as coming to this tournament, I think Jamal Hussain also got the pedigree. He's already won this season. Old timers like me remember him from having won an amateur event back almost like 14, 15 years ago. He was the first amateur to win on the Indian tour, on the domestic tour. And that was a tournament in Bangladesh. And now, of course, Jamal is a product of the Kurmitola Golf Club. And he is doing extremely well. And I think this is a tournament where he could again kind of display his skills, wares. And it also shows the strength of the Indian tour, where many of the names up there on the top 10 are youngsters, and some of them are actually looking for either their maiden win or one of the early wins in their career. So I would say extremely it's a keenly contested weekend at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take Sports.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for that. This golf course has seen a lot of good golf, and this is the 6th edition of this much wanted tournament. And good news is that the host is around for the weekend. Some brilliant golf being put together by Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. So that will be a sight for sore eyes. I think he was just being very benevolent on the players for the first 5 tournaments. He is giving the young lads a chance, but make no mistake, this time he's firing on all cylinders, and it's good to see. He's playing the senior tour. As we have a look at Adil Bedi, the hot favorite here, a player hailing from this part of the country, was turned professional really early and won that tournament at Kolkata. Had a few injury woes, but now seems to be coming back into his own.
I'd say, Arnold's got tremendous amount of potential, and I still think there's a lot of unfulfilled potential in him. I mean, he's a very fit guy, even though he's actually laid down by a few injuries now and then. But I think he deserves many more W's against his name than what he has so far, and he's here ready to tee off. just outside the top 10 after the second day at 5 under after rounds of 68 and 71.
It's been a sporting season right now. It's really festive with the World Cup going on. And also talking about sport, we would like to pay our homage to Mr. Bishan Singh Bedi. What a brilliant player that he was. Unfortunately, untimely loss, and he'll be remembered by all in the sporting fraternity. And as we look at Adil Bedi here at hole number one, fairly medium length par four. You can't really hit driver here. More of a placement hole, this first hole at Chandigarh Golf Course. It's exciting times. We're seeing a total of 58 players making the cut. Now let's have a look at this swing. It's as classical as they come. Athletic setup. You can see really good angles that he's able to create as Adil. And very good through the ball. Oh, very calm, poised. That's some brilliant camera work as well. The ball, though, has a mind of its own. So whether it's the first or the 18th, it never quite does acquiesce to the player's wishes, and it's gone left, and he'll have some work out. Now we have Amardeep Malik, hailing from Noida Golf Course, a veteran player, multiple winner on tour, and a very affable personality, I must say as well. I played a lot of professional and amateur golf alongside him. He's a very steady worker.
You played a lot with him in Noida, didn't you, Charlie?
Yes, absolutely. He's played a lot of golf, and one thing that does always stand out is a very consistent ball striker. A very set swing. Has that sort of an abbreviated finish, as you'll see. And even the backswing is rather short. Seems to be doing something different. That was a little bit of a pause. Allah Hideki Matsuyama there.
Correct. Both Amardeep and Adil actually opened, or rather had passed the first hole in the second round. So let's see if they can go one better here. I mean, this is, as you said, a shortish par four. I mean, I don't think any of them would be getting into the driver mode on this hole. They just need to be a bit more, I would say, very, like we saw in the case of Adil, where the ball actually kind of veered off towards the left. And hopefully he can find it and get back onto track.
Tapping high here on the tee would make for a brilliant poker player. You never see him without his shades. Definitely got the color of money going on. Strong player, hits the ball a fair distance, but don't they all now?
That's true. The equipment, of course, and extreme, they're all very, very fit. Physical fitness has become paramount, this level of golf. And as you just mentioned, where the cut line went at even par, which actually shows the quality and the strength of players, in the field on the Indian tour, where you no longer find tournaments which are like, kind of with small money. Everything is a crore and above. Very, very few tournaments below that. So I think there's a lot to play for these boys.
Talking about money, this week you have a handsome purse on offer. It's 1.5 CR. That is a lot, and that definitely goes out. Our word of thanks to the sponsor, Take Sports. We're going to mention all the associate sponsors as well shortly, but without the association of these behemoth, business houses, this sport would not exist, and it's really a shot in the arm for this tournament. 1.5 CR is a lot of money to play for. The winner, I think, taking almost 24 and then some. So
I believe it's almost like 4% of. The 4% is what the fifth player I think gets, or sixth player gets. I mean, there's a lot of money even for the, right down the line there. So I would say, the sponsors like Mr. Srinivasan of Take Solutions has actually been extremely benevolent to the sport. I mean, it's not just this tournament, but also Take Solutions supports the SSP Invitational in Kolkata, which is due in a few weeks' time. So I think Take Solutions has actually put in a lot of effort and money, and they're really hats off to them for taking Indian golf to where it is right now.
have a look at that lineup of tournaments.
Chaurasia Invitational in the first week of December, approximately about 4 or 5 weeks away, and again 1 CR available at that event.
That's an eye-watering amount of prize fund. It's really a good increase from the days that I
For
was
a young
playing.
business student, quickly calculate how much money is getting left on the table.
Seems to be about 9,25,000. So
9 crore.
9 crore. My apologies. See, as I told you, when the figures are so high that they become incredulous, the mind cannot fathom. But this week, coming back to the prize fund split, the winner takes home 22 lakh 50,000. The second place 15. Third place all close to 9 lakh, and fourth also takes home 7.5. So this is really rarefied air, so as to speak. But money is not the only thing that the players are playing for. For the love of the game, it's pride. Everybody is playing for the epaulets. It's the victory on adding your name to that
Sure.
tournament.
Just I mean, the incentives apart from those big, huge checks, and I think it's also symptomatic at the prize distribution where they give out a giant check. It's just not the money, as you very rightly said, but it's also the incentive that the topper of the Indian Tour, the PGTI Tour, gets actually a full card to play on the DP World Tour. As Manu Gandas, who was one of the most prolific winners with 6 wins in the previous season, he got a taste of the European circuit. This year, OP Chauhan is much in line to get that same spot. So here we are with the
We are hole number one. Flagstick right at the back. That's where it gets very difficult. I incidentally just happened to play this golf course about a month and a half back for my.
You should tell us about the speed, the roughs, and how treacherous are the roughs.
I believe I've got a little bit of feedback from the players as we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh, the tempestuous Gaurav Pratap Singh, winner earlier in the year, and a record of sorts, had the longest gap between tournaments. So there was a trough, there was a drought, but in the end, there was an oasis, and that's where he got that victory. Known to really wear his heart on his sleeve, Gaurav Pratap Singh blows hot and cold, and believe me, when he's playing well, he can make a lot of birdies.
Now, is that just on the golf course or off it too? So I'm sure
Well,
you're in touch with many of these young lads. I belong to the Jeev generation.
I would say that if you ever in a kerfuckle, you would definitely need Gaur Pratap Singh on your side. He's somebody that you need on your side. He's a man's man, so as to speak. He'll stand up for you, and that's what he does on the golf course.
See, the nice thing about golf is that I think each of the golfers would stand by each other. And I mean, that's the kind of fraternity which the sport creates, Even when you get into club golf, you have your own 3 ball and 4 balls, and here it is. A nice tap in there for him, and that's a pass start.
Yes, and good look there. Shows you what the players are facing on this first hole. The greens are not that quick this week. I believe that's what I heard the players say. Still playing very true, but that does make it a little more difficult because the golf course, if the greens are slow, it's a little difficult to hold those putts. So you'll see that there are low rounds owing to the quality of ball striking that's prevalent on this tour, but not that easy this week to make a lot of birdies. So you really have to earn them.
Don't tell that to Karan Pratap Singh. He leads on the birdie list of the tour this year, and also the Eagle. So I mean, he doesn't believe in them. He gets them all.
Those excuses are for mere mortals like myself. I happen to play this course as we have a look at Tappy. I've never quite seen Tappy emotive. I have to think that I played a lot of golf.
You called him a poker player, didn't you?
He make a brilliant one. Let's see how this shot does. That's a brilliant shot to even get on the correct level. This the camera angle doesn't do justice to the difficulty of this shot. I tell you, sir, that
it's always the case with, say, golf, where the undulations and the slopes sometimes of the greens don't get highlighted as they are. I mean, that's the difficult part. When you are commenting or you're just seeing it from far, it looks so easy. But when you get down to the brass tacks, it never is.
Absolutely. This shot, the players probably would be coming in with something like a 9-iron for that back pin flag. He would have maybe about 145 yards to this flag. So, and not much space on that shelf. And it's imperative to be on the correct level, otherwise the 3-putt is looming.
I just happened to see the stock index there. It was 11 for this hole. So I would assume that for professionals of this class, that there is a fair amount of leeway for them to be able to hold the ball up there on the green. And as we saw, yes, he did, but has left himself a lot of work to do there.
But it's one of those flag pin positions. The one on the front and the center are a lot easier. This is the difficult one if you miss it on either side, and up and down is not easy. You saw that his ball was able to stop just in time, so he should be all right. And there we have a look at Angad Chima, also hailing from.
Chima, another fantastic guy, But again, as I said, Shaurya, there are many of these boys out here who are absolutely fantastic talent, but they really should have had more wins against their names rather than just two. One of the interesting things that I noticed about this year was that unlike 2022, when Manu Gandas and Yuvraj Sandhu completely dominated with 6 and 5 wins each, this year we've had quite a few first-time winners. So, or rather, winners who just not been able to repeat. Of course, I think Aman Raj is one of those guys who did have more than one, or Chauhan.
Angachima, they're really outstretched. If you see, lean limbs, but he's a tall lad. It generates a lot of speed. Is also one of those longer hitters, based out of Panchkula Golf Course, if I'm not wrong, and also hailing from a defense background. I played a lot of golf with him back in the day. Right in the fairway, how you like it, early in the morning. Really lets the stomach settle down. As we have a look at Yuvraj Sandhu. This is probably the most proficient golf swing that I've seen. I am a big fan of the way this guy hits the ball.
And his attitude is fantastic. And look at him. He is just racked up 26 years. He has racked up 10 wins on the Pro Tour, just around 4.5 years as a pro. I think he's huge potential.
He's the only one who's going with that sort of a driving iron that we've seen, a classical driving iron. He has that swing. He has swing speed to get that done. And brilliant acceleration. It reminds me a little bit of Sergio Garcia if you look at that. That lag and that swag.
Absolutely. And there you is. I mean, he's also a smiling lad, willing to listen to any kind of advice that you can give.
He's rifled that rescue beyond Angad's three. So shows you that he really does pack a punch. As you have a look at Prasad Pal, he's also based out of, I believe, Chandigarh Golf Course. Yes.
Did you notice? I mean, Chandigarh would actually qualify to be called as the home of Indian golf, considering the number of stars it produces, the number of youngsters who emerge from there. And of course, Chandigarh Golf Club has one of the highest footfalls across the golf course. I mean, probably in the world, I would say. In India, certainly, yes.
You also got a lot of golf lineage here, a lot of histories that definitely adds to it. Look at that swing. You look, you blink and you miss. A lot of swing speed on offer. Let's see where that pitches. That's a good shot there, but just goes to show you that Yuvraj, that rescue, the 2 or 3 iron, whatever he hit off the tee, is traveled about 275 yards, to say the least. Maybe with roll about 280.
I would need a Bushnell to get close to measuring that distance, or actually kind of getting that. But Shaurya, yes, I think since you said that you played a lot here, I've seen a lot of golf, not played as much anywhere as much as you have here in this course. But I would say, I mean, the golf course is looking pretty neat, looking pretty nice here. I mean, lush and, pretty inviting, I would say.
What they normally say about golf is a good walk spoiled, but that wouldn't probably apply here. I'd say this is one place that you just walk for nature. It's such a nice place.
It's actually a wonderful book, which is called A Good Walk Spoiled by David Feinstein, I mean, one of the legends of golf writing. And he wrote once a book about how the qualifying schools are probably the hardest, even tougher than the majors, where emotions are high.
Yes, absolutely. Now, this putt, I think it would break a little bit from the player's right. Difficult putt for Adil here, but first sneak away from his left, and then probably in the end coming back the other way. And distance, the speed is imperative that he gets it right. He's going to play a little bit on the slower end. The reason I know it, I'll get into that a little while. I played around here a month and a half back for my old school alma mater, and it was an absolute disaster, my round.
All right, so
I told you it was a little slow.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's slower than expected. I mean, he's left himself. So I would say these are the testy, kind of distances, like between 3 and 5 feet. where you know you need to get them, but you're not sure if you will.
Yes, deceptively slow, to be honest. It's downhill, and you feel that you've got it all the way,
Now,
but
those are the dicey ones, isn't it? The downhill ones.
those are the knee knockers. Those are the ones where you try and remember who you pray to. The difficult parts, but obviously not for these guys. They are professionals. But the only difference that this golf course, the difficulty within 2.5, 3 feet is that there's a lot of grain here. Very difficult to get the correct line.
And I think that's why we need quality golf courses, because once you have the right kind of grain, which you can actually, or rather the ones which you can read well, that comes with experience, right? Let's see this one go.
A lot more easier. This is a makeable birdie putt. Oh, just about
Just
sneaking
inside,
by.
yeah.
Unfortunate not to have nailed that down. That was a brilliant shot by him.
Getting a birdie or getting a good par on the first hole is such a huge boost at the beginning of a round, especially on the third day, the moving day. I mean, this is the day where they all need to get going. Another one. Interesting force there. An interesting grip there for the putter. Those shoes seem to be well used there. A bit of dew there. Voila, Fleet, right into the heart of the cup there. So that's a nice start there for Amardeep, a smile there on his face. So that's a good start. That's what we were talking about, Shaurya. I mean, a good
Absolutely.
start right at right in the morning. And Adil's got a bit of a knee knocker, as you called it.
This again has a little bit of grain on it. Would require a firm hit, otherwise it'll veer off. You can see that he's giving it the ample amount of respect. These putts are not one that you can just walk up and hold. You really need to get that marriage between line and speed
Any
perfected.
hole where you can just walk up and hold it out.
I mean, not if you care about the consequences. Let's see how he does here. This is maybe all of 3 feet, moving from his left. He's done well.
Okay. Fair start. Not a smile, but to say, okay, fine, I'm there.
Yes, he's laser focused right now. It's been interesting to see the shot on this whole as we look at some of the scores from yesterday. The cut was applied at even par. Some of the notables falling on the other side of the cull were Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, the local from here. He's been having a good year thus far. Unfortunately, not making the cut. Mani Ram also missing. Akshay Sharma, a champion here previously. Surprising that he was not able to stick around for the business end of things. Missing the cut by a solitary one shot. Manav Jaini, seasoned campaigner. As we have a look at that shot by Brusher Paul. Let's see how he does. Would be favoring a high draw here from that right hand side. Yes, just at the perfect spot. Right? As I told you, that's a difficult. It's about a 3.5 feet climb for that final ledge.
But that's the difficult part. Maybe that's what makes golf what it is.
Anga Chima, I feel that this is a perfect shot for him. He really does hoist the ball very high and puts a lot of spin on it. Shouldn't have anything more than maybe a 9 iron here. Let's see how he does. Pretty high. Let's see if still holding his finish. That's always a good sign. That's a decent shot. You saw the purchase on that.
Yes. He's managed to put it there. Just another few rolls, and it might have actually come off the green here.
Now, look, there's something that I'd want you to notice here in this swing, that the ball will come out a lot lower when it's from 150 yards and in. That's because the amount of compression that he puts on it likes to keep it 3/4 and really accelerates through. Got some fancy shoes on as well, does Yuvraj?
Good thing is that he's actually tried to mix a season by playing a lot at home and elsewhere on the ADT events, etc., where he actually had some success. He won a title there.
Look at that. That's a sizable divot. Let's see how he's done. That's a look of consternation. Not sure if he's executed. That was a good shot. Would have looked good in the air, just over that flag.
It's just over onto the fringe, or rather, fringe the fringe.
A furry friend there as well as a visitor or a viewer. Everybody loves golf, don't they?
They do. And I read Chandigarh Golf Club. I mean, the golfers out there, and there it is, Rahil Ganji. I love
Yeah,
his
turning back the clock is Rahil.
I love his goatee. I mean, he's actually suffered a few injuries to go through a lot of things. And earlier we were talking about Kurbitola Golf Club. More than almost 25 years ago, I met Ganji for the first time at Kurbitola Golf Club. I'll tell you more about that.
Still has that speed. Rahil also a very good swimmer back in the day.
When you look at his height, you wouldn't realize that he packs so much power into each drive of his. He's a pretty decent driver.
Yeah, he was one of the longer hitters. I'm sure now that the time has progressed, that
Yes, exactly.
he'd probably find himself in the middle of the pack. Talking about long hitting, look no
There
further.
it is.
This guy can bludgeon the ball. Does really help. Abhijit Chadha, 32 years of age, three-time winner. He's good, well over
Another
6 foot.
Chandigarh boy.
Yeah, 6'2", 6'3", if not more. There's definitely something in the water here. It does produce some stupendous
Golf.
ball strikers, I must say.
It's a very sporting city, to be honest.
Always the same finish. I've never really seen him off balance, and that's something that the youngsters can take away. Look at that long iron.
He looks so serious when you approach him, but when you get to know him, he's actually a lot of fun.
Yes, I think that's the business face. Karan Pratap Singh, youngster. Based out of Aravali Golf Club, Faridabad. Already a victory. He's been a professional for 4 years. You see that the average age is going lower. Earlier, we used to wait a lot more till taking the plunge, but now they go out all guns blazing.
He's the birdie machine on the tour right now, leads the birdie stats, has the highest number of birdies this year. Just a bit more than Chauhan, Om Prakash Chauhan, who will soon be in action. So Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, is leading the order of merit also.
So the tournament is really well and truly underway. Just a word about the sponsors. Take Sports Management Private Limited is sponsored by promoters of Take Solutions Limited, Srinivasan HR, and DV Ravi, erstwhile promoter of Take Solutions, to focus on deserving sports and to enable opportunities for talented sportsmen. Take's ethos is to identify, nurture, and support talent on their journey towards international success. Take has been committed to supporting Indian sports for well over a decade. I mean, we all know the helping hand that Take has lent to golf. There have been many good professionals, including Chaurasia and so forth, so many others who've been who've been associated with this company, and now what they're doing in a full-fledged manner is heartening to see. And this tournament is really going from strength to strength this year. This is the 15th event on the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season, and it's the 6th edition of this tournament. As we go back to the action to Angad Chima, this putt would break a little bit from his right, and again, this would be deceptively slow, so we'll need to give it a good whack.
Oh,
That's
inside again.
that's a good try.
Just a
And
shade inside, yeah.
And for all of our viewers, very happy good morning to you. This is Mr. Srinivas. Right. What would you like to say about this tournament thus far. And
You know what? I think for a sponsor to put up two full field events, which are like 1.5 and 1 crore, I think that's a sizable amount of money. Like well over $250,000. I mean, that's a fair amount. There was a time when the Indian tour used to have tournaments for 2 lakh rupees, and now the winner actually takes about 7 or 8 times more than that total purse. So it shows that how Indian golf has grown, and having so many tournaments with such huge purses does really make it worth the while of many of these
you've
youngsters to stay
you
back here.
you've traveled all over the world. You've seen the biggest tournaments, Augusta National, and just to name a few. You have a lot of golfing heritage, and you're seeing the explosion of Indian golf now. Our players, I believe personally, and I'm not just saying it. I think they're good enough to compete with anybody in the world. They can actually
Absolutely, there's no
dominate. So,
question.
what do you think is the horizon in the next few years? Where do you see Indian golf evolving?
I think Indian golf has got amazing amount of potential. This recent tie-up, or rather partnership of the PGTI with the DP World Tour, which assures the topper of the order of merit on the Tata Steel Tour, actually gets to the DP World Tour for a full season. So I think that is a massive, incentive. Manu Kandas actually played all over Europe this year and gained a lot of experience. Of course, his results were a bit modest, but I think does encourage and actually provides a huge amount of incentive. Yuvraj Sandhu, right there on the screen there, he actually, kind of was pretty close to it before Manu actually pipped him to the top post. So Manu was there on Europe. Yuvraj was quite disappointed, but he's much more determined this year. And Om Prakash Chauhan, anybody won the Challenge Tour event, kind of leapfrogged into the top position and has stayed on there. So he is looking forward to it. I would say these partnerships actually kind of brought in by PGTI means a lot to the players. They make a lot of money at home. Their expenses are limited here when they are at home, but when you go abroad, you really have to cough up huge amounts. So big, big incentive.
Sorry to interject, Mr. Swami. I want you to know, just tell our viewers that this kind of event, hard work goes on behind the scenes to make something like this possible. The support of Mr. Srinivas is just instrumental in making this happen, and all the associate sponsors as well.
I must say, let's get this through this fact. I must say, Mr. Srinivasan has been to some of the biggest events, including the Masters, and I've been extremely fortunate to interact with him at many of these places. He's been at the Masters, he's been at the Open, the President's Cup, the Ryder Cup, everywhere. So he actually knows, what is the kind of, or what is the quality of event that these professionals deserve. And to have someone like, say, Jeev Milkha Singh front an event like this as the host, it means a huge thing. There are very, very few players globally who act as hosts, and for Mr. Srinivasan to come up with an idea to have two of our greatest names, Jeev Milkha Singh and SSP Chaurasia, to be the hosts. Both of them have won 4 events each on the European tour, so real legends. So I would say Mr. Srinivasan knows exactly how to treat these kind of high quality sports persons. Bill gave them the right facilities, get them to play on the best of courses. An event at the Chandigarh Golf Club and the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, a huge, iconic golf course, the second oldest in the world. So he knows where to take these events, and he knows how to treat these athletes. And so he himself is a golfer, and I would say extremely low key and a fascinating person to interact with. And I think we need many, many more like him. Well, but I would say for the present, what he does is absolutely invaluable.
Absolutely. And what these players are doing is, let's either look at that ball tracer, and that by Rahil, it looks like a jumbo jet taking off. Fantastic. Abhijit Chadha. That really took off high with that
I
long
like
iron.
the tracker. I mean, they're pretty, the camera work is pretty neat, actually.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very cohesive unit. Let's see if Karan Pratap is able to extricate himself, and he's done so brilliantly. A valiant shot from there would have a very good birdie opportunity on hole number 1. The rough is considerable this week. Never poses much of an issue. You can
Any
always
idea
get.
about the speed of the greens, Shorty?
I'll just check. I think they're somewhere around 9, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
As we have a look at Rahil from there, looking on a little pensively. Correction, my apologies. The green speed is actually 7.5. So as we discussed before, they are on the slower side.
No
And
wonder
that's what makes it really difficult.
yeah, one of those putts where Adil actually stopped way before he expected it to.
So it was a little erroneous on my end, but that's not the first time. So our viewers, if I do err, please do.
To err is human, Shaurya.
Absolutely. Please do understand that sometimes we make mistakes as well. And that's why we are in the commentator's box and not out there in the action.
Playing for 1.5 crores.
Exactly. We just commentating on it, and it's a real joy to be doing so. As you look at Abhijit's shot, it's a difficult golf course, this one. The cut has been applied at even par this week. Shows you where our game has grown.
Here it is, this Chandrajit.
Chandrajit here at hole number 1.
You know, he's made just one cut this season, but look at it. He's here now. You know, from Chandigarh, not too far from here, and this could actually be a very
So we're back after that brief faux pas, as does happen with technology.
It's not just technology. I mean, there's a lot behind it, you know. I mean, you know, but at the same time, we're back into action. We are back in there with Rahul Ganji now striding across the green, the Bengal Tiger. I keep calling it.
Absolutely, that's how he is crouching as well. He means business. They say the best years. Previously, they used to say the best years for a professional are his 40s. Obviously, that's changed now. You know, everybody's coming out hot early in their teenage years. They're winning tournaments. But what's your take? The game has evolved so much; it's become a young man's game.
Yes, of course. It has become, you know, actually the people, players in their mid 40s also. I remember Vijay Singh tell us, a bunch of reporters, that Tiger was one of the reasons why physical fitness and, you know, became so important. Because Tiger showed to the world of golf that he could change. And, you know, even into your late 30s and early 40s, you could be a factor.
Somebody who is in his early 30s and has a lot of good years to look forward to. Let's see if this putt is on the money. That looks good, but trailing
No,
away
it
a bit.
actually broke off, I would say.
Yeah,
He
unexpected.
expected it
Yeah.
actually to break inside. It actually went a bit outside, yeah.
I think it had both of us flummoxed as well.
Yeah,
I thought that
exactly. I
will
mean,
actually break to the left.
it was right on the tracer path.
So this year the greens are rolling a little slower, you know, and that does make the golf course very difficult, mind you. I won't share the score that I shot in my old boys
Tell me
reunion.
later. You can
Yeah,
tell me later.
it was a rather embarrassing score, but a shout out and hello to everybody who is watching from Chandigarh and from Lawrence School Sanar. Any of the alumni, I know they love their golf in Chandigarh. Hello from Shaurya, and they love their golf here. The league's also a big thing now, and
The leagues has actually taken the, you know, the game beyond the professionals or actually the top amateurs, because it's actually brought the game to guys who actually want to play but didn't know where to go or to compete. The leagues in various cities have given a new lease of life, I would say, or rather a renewed lease of life to players across all levels. And I think that does wonders for the game, because many of the players who actually play on these leagues are the kind of people who are in rather influential positions who can actually bring in more resources to the game. And I think that is exactly what the PGTI has been doing, tapping into these, bringing in some really good sponsors, the result of which you can see.
you might
Purses.
you might be surprised that the tournaments are really keenly contested and they fight tooth and nail. It's a
Oh, yes.
it's a very serious business. I feel professional golf is a lot more benign actually when you, when you look at those leagues. So there's a lot of competition, a lot of fierce rivalry. That's what the sport does. Let's see if Karan can make that part. Unfortunately, it just came up about an inch short and shows you that this golf course, the adage "never up, never in" is going to be put to test here this week.
Say, you know, if you don't hit it past, you can't get it in.
Yeah,
But then on a downhill putt, you hit it past and you miss it, you could actually be facing a comeback putt of about 6 feet or more.
everybody's sort of leaving it in the jaws. You can see Tappy on hole number 2. Now he'll have a tap in wood Tappy. So
He didn't want that, believe me. He didn't want that.
That famous movie, Happy Gilmore. Tap,
Happy.
tap, tap it in, sir. That's where he is. Just tap that in. This is another new advent of technology live feed. You don't get just one screen, ladies and gentlemen. You get two. So double the amount of
One for
action.
one free. Happy hours right in the morning.
Exactly. You get to view a lot of golf. Abhijit cleaning up for his par. What about the tour partners? Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum (MTPA). It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. The group recorded a consolidated turnover of US $20.41 billion. That roughly translates into 133,016 crore. That's such a big figure in financial year 2018. In 2018, Tata Steel acquired Bhushan Steel Limited, now renamed as Tata Steel BSL Limited. Some of the other associate sponsors: Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, Bisleri International Private Limited, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, and Rolex. So you see there are a lot of associate sponsors.
You've just made all the sponsors happy, and you made the players happy that there are so many supporters for the game.
Absolutely, but no free lunches here, sir. They would have to earn their meal. As they say, you eat what you hunt here on this tour.
Talking of earning, I think one of the guys making the move on the third day is actually the last week's winner, Jairaj Sandhu. He's had 3 birdies in the first 6 holes, so that's been a great start for him.
We thought was okay. That's Amardeep Malk, no?
That's Amardeep, yeah.
Again, you see the players really giving a lot of respect to these 3-footers. They know that if you get the line wrong, you can bid adieu to that putt.
There you are. Job done.
This is a fairly inviting flag on hole number 2, the par 5. So the players would actually be looking at making 3. The long hitters would be, a lot of the long hitters would easily get there with maybe a rescue and a 3-iron, even some of the longer hitters.
And there's an old saying in golf where they say, if you've got 4 par 5s, you've got 4 birdie chances and possibly 2 or more equal chances. You get all your gains on those holes. You don't have to worry about the leg. There it is.
That's a real good shot.
Chandra Yadav.
But that pin placement, I must tell you, and really a word of mention for the tournament referees and chief referees. They are so good at what they do. They've placed it at that ledge where you can't be too aggressive and you just remain 15 feet short. So birdies are going to be very few and far in between on hole number 1.
Jari, who's there at the heart of each tournament on the PGTI, is a very, very clever man. Oh, when the pot go, that's boom.
That's going to be a very difficult shot. That almost looked like it jumped into an invisible bunker.
You can't even see the ball because that means the grass is...
it's really sitting down. It's going to be a difficult shot from there.
Engulfed it,
And those shots, they look easy that you're close to the green, but believe you me, you'd rather be 50 yards out on the short stuff than be chipping it from there when the ball is nestled down.
When you hit from those places, when you try to get the ball out from those places, you have to be pretty clean and very precise.
There you see the leader group. Jamal, what about Jamal? He's just a fantastic. He's like a pugilist. He's like a boxer. You see him maximize his capacity. It looks like he's slightly built when you compare him with the rest of the golfers. But believe you me,
very tenacious guy. He doesn't give up. See, what has happened is with the Indian tour being what it has for the last decade and a half, or almost 2 decades, is that it's also provided chances not just for our golfers, but also from golfers across the border, say Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. And they have actually, benefited a lot. Of course, the Indian tour has also visited these countries many times. Last year we had Kshitij Navid Kaul winning in Bangladesh. And, we've had PGTI events in Sri Lanka and in Nepal. I think it is extremely beneficial for golfers from this entire region that the strength of the Indian tour, the PG Tata Steel PGTI tour, has actually grown by leaps and bounds. A lot of money out there. One of the let me I Sorry, you were very kind to say that I've traveled a lot. Yes, indeed, I have. I must say that the Indian tour is probably one of the best organized and best spread out with almost 25 events across the year. I would say it's one of the strongest tours, of course, with the exception of Japan and Korea, who have a huge legacy behind them. In comparison, we are a nascent golfing nation, even though we have the second oldest golf club in the world. But I'd say what the PGTI has achieved in the last 15 years has been tremendous. The purses are huge, a great livelihood for these boys, and a fantastic passage to higher levels.
I'm not quite certain that's the kind of start you'd want as a leader. Well, that seems like a miscue if I've ever seen one. He seemed quite okay off the. I think he was coming off the fairway. If I'm, we kind of missed that, but he's gonna have his work cut out. A five, a five is par for the course from here. Like
Right.
with a very difficult angle that he's coming
Take your
from.
medicine and get out fast from there.
Yeah, I don't want to be dropping two shots early on, as we can have a look at Anga Chima seems to have laid up. We'll be able to put a lot of cheese, so as to speak, from that yardage. That's the change in rule. You see the players really bending down. Looks sort of it's a little funny when they drop it from that height when you used to
Crouch.
when you're used to conventional golf, but that's what it is. And apparently, it does. This rule was changed to save time, and let's see if Anga Chima can save some by sticking that. It's a fairly straightforward shot. Can be aggressive and spin it back as well. That's a good shot right there. Some of the longer hitters, if they do indeed go with driver, can actually maybe even hit a 6-iron here. Somebody like Abhijit Chadha, if he cuts the corner, he'd be hitting
Chadha
us.
could do wonders. I mean, the kind of a player, he's the kind of a hitter he is.
Yeah, we tend to have. I think we seem to have missed that shot by Jamal, or is he still? No, he's still mulling his life choices right now. It's a very difficult shot, believe you me. But somebody who can get it within about 12, 13 feet. That's him. I would think that's
Yes,
you get
is.
it between.
He has to know, but I think if he can see the one, depends upon how he's got the lie following the drop.
I have a question for you. What's a good shot from here? Inside 15 feet, you would give it 9 or 10? Given that
No,
lie.
I'd give that about 7 or 8 because I think for a professional of his caliber, I would expect it to be inside 10.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Look at that, and that's the difficulty, because coming out of that stuff and with that steep face, he's about 16, 15 feet. I would still give that 9 or 10.
15, yeah, he is about 15 feet on.
And if somebody like him is hitting it,
That's it. That also shows the quality of play between you and me. You're obviously a far better player than I ever will be.
well, like you didn't give golf a shot. You always liked to cover it from a vantage point, and that gives you that rich experience. Having seen all these brilliant players, as you have a look at Brushford Singh coming up from the front of that green. That's a pretty underwhelming chip, to say the least. He's left it about 10 feet short. Now that's not going to be easy either.
No,
But
it's not easy at all. I mean, I think that rough is a bit.
look
my
at that.
God.
That's how you
he's
get
got
it done.
in.
Yeah, that didn't look easy, but
wedged it between the stick and the cup lip, and you dropped fantastic effort out there. I think this
that's
is
the
what makes it
difference.
joyous.
That's the
watching.
difference in pedigree. So he's a winner earlier, I think, previous year. So it's taking a lot of heart from that win.
That was a nice one there.
So there you have it. There's a lot of action here at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023, presented by Take Sports. You're seeing birdies, you're seeing chip-ins, and that's just the start. As they say, we just warming up. We can see UV there on hole number 2. Got the deft touch of a surgeon there, leaving it short, but that's a decent shot, nevertheless. And as we were talking, I wanted to share some of the scores from round two and some of the good players who couldn't quite join us on the weekend. We go low down. We see Varun Chopra from America, the player who turned professional, rather, who played the Q School this year and won it. He also missed the cut. He won the pre-Q.
I mean, that could. I mean, you could ask him. I mean, it's the difference in green speed that could possibly affect him. You know, the green speeds that he is used to playing outside India and then coming back here. But as I say, you need to play in all sorts of greens. You know, not each country is going to be the same.
You had Shaurya Binu, Rashid Khan. I mean, I didn't expect that Rashid Khan would not be around here. He has been a runner-up this tournament two times. It shows you that it's not that easy on the professional golf tour
And
of
it would
India.
have better on the Asian tour too.
You really have to have your A game on. Otherwise, you're not going to be around for the weekend. One little blemish, and you'll find yourself packing your luggage. It's pretty competitive here.
I like
Varun
that,
Pa-
packing your luggage.
Varun Parekh, winner at the DLF Open last year. He himself, he won the Couple Dev Grant Thornton Invitational, and
Yes, he did.
he finds himself on the other side of this skull. And then you have Harmeet Kanon, celebrated player, fantastic brand ambassador. Obviously, he is now, as safe to say, not playing full time golf, but nevertheless not
He
making the
does
cut.
multiple things. He organizes tournaments. He's a damn good coach, and yeah, I believe he's the heart and soul of many a league.
Yes, and Vikrant Chopra also not making the cut. Regular professional, journeyman, good professional, lot of solid finishes under his belt. Not a winner yet, unfortunately. Not saving his best for this week. Lower down, Ashok Kumar. Ashok Kumar used to be one of the best professional golfers, but the last decade or so, we've seen him fade
You know, he
away.
was one of the guys who actually could have gone on to the international level in a big way. You know, Shiv Kapoor once used to tell me that whenever he had a problem on the short game, he would actually call. He caught it very nicely.
That will be really close. That's the Nike moment. It seems like it might just go in. You never know. Look at that.
That's a neat one. So that's it. You know, I mean, you
No, this is not a
need,
par five. This is a par five, mind you.
you need to know where to actually get your ball to land. If you can use those slopes well, that's a smart call. And that's also actually the advantage of playing at a place that you played so often and to use all the turns and twists and slopes.
That's a brilliant shot coming there on hole number three as well. But I'd beg to differ. There's one thing knowing and then executing that sort of a golf shot.
No question.
I mean, it's a par five and the ball is spinning back towards the flag. I mean, this is how good these guys are. They're making it ridiculous, actually.
Also shows the depth of the field, the quality of players going up, which you were talking about a bit earlier.
Seriously, there's the way that players have progressed in terms of the ball striking prowess. It's been really incremental. You're seeing somebody like Abhijit Chadha hitting probably a 7-iron, maybe, we'll find out later, might have been even an 8-iron, because with the flyer, he can hit an 8-iron about 190, 200 yards. So this shows
You
you.
know, Jeev often when he sees some of these youngsters में कहते हैं यार देख तो सही कितना बढ़िया खेलते हैं यार हम लोग तो ऐसे नहीं खेलते थे जब छोटे थे इन लोगों को क्या क्या बल्ले पकड़ा दिए क्या क्या सिखा दिया इन लोगों को
Look at that, another brilliant shot in hole number three. Perfect position, left, right, birdie putt coming. And that's a difficult flag on the third hole, tucked into the front left, but not for the players. It just shows you that this par five, believe you me, that I remember in my playing days, I was a medium hitter. I would hit 2 3 woods on this green, a 3 wood and then a 3 wood. That's my choice
That's
of play.
Mukesh Kumar style.
So, but you're seeing these players, they really have a lot of length and accuracy. Even for a long hitter, the second hole drive is not easy. You bend it a little to the left and you'll be reloading again on the tee. So,
Sure, I'm a very short guy, but these guys, you know, look at him. They're almost like 6 to 8 inches, maybe more.
yeah, they're the Chandigarh lads, long hitting
Big
brigade.
fed guys, well fed.
Angachima on hole number three. Would like to favor a high draw on this one. And look at that, right on cue. That's a high draw that's turning towards the flag, and 2.5, 3 feet. Life is easy. Life is short, easy. When a par three, you can hit it about 3, 4 feet.
There we have Rahul Ganji back there.
Look at that chip shot on hole number 2, coming from the front left. Sachin Besoya also now tied alongside Jamal.
That's it. Jamal gets a par and Sachin gets a birdie, and suddenly Sachin's got a foot inside the door. Well, more than a foot.
That putt that Abhijit has for his eagle would break a little to his left. The only thing is that he would have probably preferred it was on the other side of the hole. This putt is not the easiest.
You want everything yourself. I mean, he's landed within,
I mean, if
handshaking distance of an eagle.
yeah, if we are splitting hairs, then I would say you'd probably want to putt from the other side. But obviously, he'd take a 5-footer for eagle, maybe about 5.5, 6 feet. And we can see our final group also there in the foreground. The difference in distance is perceptible. We'll talk a little bit about that after this putt. This putt is critical for Abhijit to really pole vault himself next to the leaders. Not the easiest putt, mind you. It does have a tendency to stay up. It looks like it'll break a little to the left, but somehow, if memory serves me right, the grass is always going in the other direction. So it's really a balancing act here.
How long back did you get to Chandigarh? I mean, you seem to know that the course like the back of your hand right
Yeah,
now.
I had quite a few shots, as I told you. So it was about a month and a half back, and believe me, it's playing really difficult because the slow greens. Look at that. So I told you that putt is really not easy.
He was being extra cautious there, I thought. I mean, he actually was too cautious. I think he should have just.
It's actually the problem was that the player can't quite discern the line. So commitment is very difficult on a putt like that, which is very grainy. And that's why I thought that this putt is extremely difficult. But nevertheless, it's the easiest birdie that he'll ever make.
It's a birdie, but I think he certainly would be disappointed because I thought he had the eagle in his grasp out there.
So one good thing about these long hitters, and I've felt it like, because there's so many opportunities, their disappointment is very limited because for them, every par 5 is, easy pickings. And many of the par 4s, they're hitting their driver almost on the green. So that makes the game so much more different.
So is that fitness? Is that equipment? Or is that a mindset?
I think something that just, as they say, the God given. You can work hard, you can do all you want, but if you're a medium hitter, you can't quite become a.
Again, left that short.
Yeah, that's.
They can't really make up their mind whether they're going to hit it past it or whether they're going to hit it. So there is a
you'll see a lot. No, you'll see a lot of that this week. It's very difficult when the greens are slow because you can't quite hit it beyond a certain level. Your putter is not used to that. Your eye cannot you cannot accelerate that much. So that is something which is par for the course this week. All players will struggle with that, even the best of putters.
Not Rahul Ganji there. Boom, he's got it right there.
So that would be a birdie for Rahul.
Birdie, I mean, well deserved there. There's no other guy. I mean, there's very few guys that I like. Rahul has absolutely wacky sense of humor.
Yeah, he's there's quite a few jokes. I remember one time that 4 or 5 years ago, he's playing on the Asian Tour, tried to pull some prank on I think Jyoti or something, and Jyoti was not too pleased. Jyoti is a very serious campaigner, and I remember that joke wasn't taken too well. But anyways, this part for Yuvraj, left to right. To be honest, this can be made because the speed is okay. It's downhill. The ball will get there. The only thing is about the line. The ball will get there. The line a little bit.
That would break a bit, but it didn't.
Borrowed a little bit too much.
But still, I'm happy he hit it past the hole. I mean, which is a better thing to do than to leave it short. Leaving it short always kind of leaves you to say, "Oh my God, did I? Why did I?" Especially on such slow greens.
Those of you who are joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we're live on the ABP network. This is a historic partnership between the ABP network and the Professional Golf Tour of India, now in the third year running. And I'm joined by Mr. Swami, a great golf journalist, a lot of experience having traveled all over the world.
Are you trying to tell my age to everyone?
No, I'm just keeping it a secret, and I believe that you do the same for me. I'm not a young. As we have a look at Anga Chima, just to break a little bit to the left for Angad. We saw him with that brilliant shot of the tee, and I think he's going to make his birdie here. Something tells me that this putt is destined for the bottom of the cup. And something tells me that I'm incredibly wrong, as if the commentators curse.
Funny, never say, you can never be certain till the ball actually gets into the cup.
Yeah, as I say, it's not over till
Till the fat lady sings or till it's over.
I think these days with political correctness, I don't think we can say "fat lady sings." We would have to say it's not over till. Yeah, yeah. I think we would. I'm just trying to make light of it. It's a great phrase. Now we would say it's not over till it's over, or till the so and so lady sings. That's how the times have changed, but that's all right.
As long as you've got it clear in your mind and you have respect for everyone on and off the golf course.
I didn't intend to put you on a spot, sir.
No, you
It's just
didn't.
pulling your
Don't
leg
worry.
as we have a look at Brusher Paul. I've always one thing I've noticed is that the golfing gods don't make it easy for everybody. A long hitter will never be a great putter. I don't know why. It never does. I can't quite
You
remember.
know why? Because God doesn't give you everything. He gives you either the ability to hit it
Oh, I think I jinxed Brusher Paul. I think these players are not going to be too happy, but
it's called the commentator's jinx.
exactly. That was really short, and that's what it comes back to. I'm telling you, this golf course this week is going to bear its fangs, and a player who can putt well inside 6 feet is the one who's going to lift that trophy this week. And we have it hole number 2. Jamal seems to be lining up for a second shot. That is the ideal angle, to tell you the truth. It's coming off from the right side of the fairway. They seem to be in a discussion about the perfect yardage there. You can see the caddy really putting in the hard yards. This is seems to be his third shot. We're not quite sure. The camera. Yeah, the green's not playing that quick. Otherwise, that could have worked out really well for him. All in all, the tournament is the penultimate day, moving day, as we call it in common parlance, in golfing parlance. It's the day that you want to move up and make up for the mistakes in the first 2 days. But no such thing going on here. If you make mistakes, you're not going to be around for the weekend. The cut was applied at even par, so no scope for mistakes here. And somebody who doesn't make many of those is Sachin. Front right bunker, 15 yards.
Very consistent lad, Very
Yeah.
consistent. A birdie on the first hole has given him a share of the lead now.
It's a pretty easy bunker shot if there ever. I mean, if that almost sounds like an oxymoron, but
Okay. Don't tell me about easy bunker shots.
but let's say easier. He's
Got out pretty decently.
yeah, not his best effort because it took a little bit too much,
much
of a
sand.
divot here. Jamal would be looking to win this tournament. He had a brilliant run the previous year. here at hole number 2. You see Jamal handing the flag to his caddy.
One of the, apart from equipment that has changed, is the colorful attire. There was once a time when golfers used to be very staidly dressed, just white and very kind of, formal trousers, etc. But now here you see all the players. I think the attire, the apparel, which is now available, what pretty high quality, dry fit, and whatnot. And these guys, they'll love showing off the colors, the kind of colors that they wear, on a golf course. That would be pretty huge. See Royal Ganji picking up his clubs on the live feed 2 screen. Just one of the earlier, he's in the bunker here. And I was mentioning about having met Rahil for the first time back more than almost like 2.5 decades ago. He was an amateur still and playing in the Kurmetala Golf Club, which is where our co-leader Jamal Hussain is from. That's a nice coming out there, but he still left himself a lot of work to do, a bit of distance there from the flag. Ball seems to have got a shot back there. He's quite happy there. A fist bump. There seems to be a lot of spike marks out there. Or I wonder if they're spike marks or just kind of bumps out there.
The good thing now is that you can bash on regardless, whether they're spike marks or indentations, just tap them and move on. That's the rule change.
Yeah, that's good actually. I mean, I think that's good news for the golfers. There. Jamal picked a birdie, and I think he's back to just a shade ahead. Now, broke just ahead of the face of the cup. Not too happy about that.
The second hole has yielded a lot of birdies. We're seeing a lot of red numbers early on. We're seeing some hot starts as well. And talking about hot starts, let's have a look at some of the other scores today. We have Sajan Singh, a veteran from this golf course, eagled hole number 13. It's a brilliant start. 1 under through 6 holes. We have quite a few players 1 under. We also have Dhruv Sharon at even par. And then Kshitij Navid Kaul at 2 under for the day. Then the players who've completed 9 holes, Pawan Kumar at 2 under, moving to 4 under par. It's a good start by him. And then we have Jairaj Singh Sandhu, the southpaw, 3 under par after the front 9. So really going along well.
Ganji on the right screen. Chandrajit on the left. Not happy. Just a tap in there. Maybe surely I think just what they're doing is just leaving it, when the break is actually right at the face of the lip and not actually sinking in. There it is. That's what Ryan seems to be saying so too.
Yeah, it's but how the times have changed. This golf course used to be, posing such a difficult challenge here for us. I remember the cut used to go, if I remember, at 6 over par. That used to be the par for the course. I remember the cut used to go in and around. We used to find this golf course one of the more difficult ones. And now, lo and behold, it's at even par. So it's, just shows you.
I'm saying the golf course has not become easy. It's just that the golfers have become good.
Exactly.
So I think, armed with the right kind of equipment, great amount of physical fitness, a lot of lessons, these guys work hard.
He's really charged that by. I think that that can happen, that sort of cumulative frustration if you're leaving it short or miss a putt, and then you sort of get out of your element. And unfortunately, the thing about this golf course is if you hit it firm, you go beyond the cup. The next one, you're putting into the green. So normally the ones that you really send ahead are the ones where you're putting with the green. And holding a 4 or 5 footer on this golf course when you're putting into the direction that the grass is growing in, it's almost impossible, especially if it's a cross-sided green. So very difficult, makes things. Now his putt would be uphill with a little bit of break from the left, and the difficulty is he can't leave the cup because then the grain takes over. The only way of holding it is keeping it inside and hitting it firm.
Tell me, getting inside the golfer's mind. Do you actually think so much?
No, but those are the facts. Like if he does not hit this putt firm inside left, this putt will not go inside the hole. The grass will take over. So
Okay, here's your test shot.
so that's what I'm saying. So it's so difficult.
And you go past it, and you.
So these are the golfer might not be able to think these many things. Or a slower player like me who holds up the traffic will obviously think about all these things. But those are the facts. Inside 5 feet from a golf course like this, you need to have everything bottled down. Otherwise, it's not going to go in the hole. And something like that, it's almost like fratricide. You're 12 feet. You have an easy birdie putt and you take away 4, and that's going to hurt.
See our host's name there on the tee boxes there. Jeev
The
Milkha
legend.
Singh Invitational. The tee markers look so good.
Jeev Milkha Singh today playing even par, so going along really well. Jamal there opting to not use a tee had made that little bit of a tough.
Look at that colorful shirt. I love this. I must ask Sachin the next time we meet him, where did he get it from?
Yeah, looks in his style element.
But if I wear it, Shaurya, you have to promise that you're not going to laugh at me.
Even if I want to, I can't. You're a legend of the game as well, and obviously you would pull it off with aplomb, same way that he has done. You see, there's a lot of discussion between caddy and player. Something that they would be worrying about is getting it in the correct place now.
And I must just switching to our language a little bit. ये जितने सारे लड़के हैं यहाँ पर, the way they've started playing, जिस तरीके से खेलते हैं, जितना इन्होंने सीखा है, जो एटिकेट है, जो गेम के बारे में है, मेरा ख्याल है कि यही जो है पीजीटीआई की एक खूबी रही है कि गेम को जो है सिर्फ जो है मेंबर्स से आगे ले जाने में इतनी इन्होंने सफलता प्राप्त की है कि सारे ये लड़के जो हैं खेल रहे हैं, इनका जो सिर्फ कैडिंग करते हुए या सिर्फ सिखाते हुए जो इनकी जो आमदनी आती थी, जिनका जो है इनकी लिविंग थी, उससे बहुत आगे जा चुके हैं। और आज की तारीख में अगर पीजीटीआई में इतने सारे खिलाड़ी जो है अपना रोजगार निकाल रहे हैं अच्छी तरीके से, ये भी जो है दर्शाता है कि हमारे जो स्पॉन्सर्स हैं, सपोर्टर्स हैं, HR श्रीनिवासन जी की तरह, उन्होंने भारतीय गोल्फ को किस ऊंचाई तक लेके जाने में सफलता प्राप्त की है।
आपने बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से संक्षिप्त तरीके में बता दिया है कि प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर, खिलाड़ी और स्पॉन्सर के बीच में जो एक मेल है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. That's the relationship between players and sponsors, how this tour has been able to get people through the ranks and through different social stratas up here right on your television screens. Many of these players come from humble backgrounds, none more so than Jamal Hussain. But look at him, nothing humble about that golf game. Birdies and eagles galore. And look at that. That's what you call humility, right at the flag. Fantastic shot right there.
It's called a laser.
And that's such a brilliant shot that you must. That's one of my that's one of my pet peeves with golf. I don't like the fact that you hit such a brilliant shot. You should just get a given now. You should not be made to putt that now.
Don't take club golf to that level. Which is what we do in club golf. And half the guys, they actually fight.
Yeah, because after a shot, it come up really well. That shot was not too far from going in the hole, and I believe this week is that brilliant car on offer. My apologies to call it a car. It's a beast. The Jimny.
I believe 11th hole, isn't it? Sharma actually had a hole-in-one, but not at the right hole.
Look at that. Now that's what a twist of fate is. I would just get into that car and drive away. Say, if I made a hole-in-one, you give me that Jimny. I want to be driving over.
Share this, that a lot of our players, our host, Jeev, the CEO of PGTI, Uttam, and Amandeep Joel are really one of the legends. They've all won cars at various, with a hole-in-one at various points in international events.
That's also something, that's a feather in their cap as we see the youngsters, the young champions discussing. I remember I got Angad Chima's age wrong the last time and we had quite the discussion. I'm not quite sure, he has the memory of he has the memory of an elephant, so I don't think he'll forget that anytime soon as he have a look at Angad. Abhijit Chadha there lining up and drawing a line on his golf ball. There you have Rahil limbering up. That goatee has been a feature since as long as I can remember. Stretching early in the morning.
That's a lot of stretching out there. The neck, the back. Can be a bit nippy out there in the mornings in Chandigarh. So these guys really don't want to become stiff. Two holes for the leaders there. Jamal is back in the saddle at 12 under. Sachin is 11 under. Abhijit Chadha and Chandrajit Yadav tied for the third at 9 under. This is the lead group on hole number 3. Sachin would still be ruining the miss, or rather the birdie that he let go of on the second. But he would be happy with the par here. Well, he almost got it in there. Tap in and move on. When you see Jamal move around, you actually don't realize that how fit he is. I think he's almost 40, I think around 38 years of age, but has kept himself so fit. Been around at the golf course for more than 20 years now. Started out as a caddy at the Kurnotola Golf Club in Dhaka, was really one of the good challenging championship courses in Dhaka. Says Sadiqur Rahman is among his heroes. Sadiqur Rahman, of course, internationally acclaimed, has won a few titles outside of his home country, including the Indian Open in India. Has been a beacon of sorts for Bangladesh golf. It is Chandrajit Yadav. He gets it right. Jamal doesn't want to make any mistakes out there. Making sure he gets a good look. It's not an easy putt. As Shaurya was saying a little while ago, the grains here can be very tricky here, and then the slow speed doesn't help either. So you have to be very careful, very precise, and cannot afford any mistakes. Taking his time is okay. He's the final group, no one chasing him. He's not holding up anyone. So maybe he's got just that little bit of a leeway in making sure that he gets it all right. Yes, and he does. Happy with that effort, and suddenly there's a spring in the walk. So Jamal Hussain, a decent putt for par from about 5 feet. So all three walk away from the hole happy. Jamal maintains the lead at 12. Sachin is 11 under. Abhijit Chadda has joined Chandrajit Yadav at 9 under. The round 3 is what they call as the moving day, and everybody wants to move forwards and not backwards. There will still be another 18 holes on Sunday where where the winner will get back a handsome amount of money from the 1.4 CR put up by Take Solutions. This is the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take Sports. Thanks both to Jeev Milkha Singh and Mr. H.R. Srinivasan, who are also extremely good friends. I've seen them play golf together. I've seen them, kind of crack jokes together. I mean, they just kind of hang around a lot together whenever they are anywhere nearby. And both of them put together in their own way have done a huge, huge amount for Indian golf. Jeev with all his wins across the globe, and Mr. Srinivasan.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
That was in 2008. It was, an absolutely epic win. But unfortunately, it got overshadowed because Padraig Harrington won the Order of Merit, and Jeev didn't get as much of newspaper column length, at least in Europe. In India, he got a huge amount of visibility. And he had actually come to the course blind. He hadn't played a practice round, and he won that tournament absolutely sensationally. I think it was one of his great wins alongside the Scottish Open in 2012. So I think some great wins he's had, the Volvo China in 2006. And, there was a win also in Austria. So 4 wins, all outside India, the only Indian golfer to do so.
I think for our viewers to draw parallels between cricket and golf is winning abroad is similar to what our team was able to do down under. Compete and win in Australia.
I totally agree with you, Sean.
And win a Test series in England or win overseas Test. So that's pretty similar. जो golf खेलते हैं और cricket देखते हैं तो आप ये समझ सकते हैं कि दोनों में ये एक सिमिलैरिटी है कि अपने कंट्री में जीतना थोड़ा सा एक लेवल आसान होता है। आप कंडीशंस चेंज होते हैं, यू लुकिंग एट डिफरेंट एलिमेंट्स ऑल टुगेदर, सो दैट्स व्हाट मेक्स दोज विक्ट्रीज सो स्पेशल। फॉर एग्जांपल, we've seen Chaurasia winning the Indian Open 3 times, and he's had 3 European Tour victories in India.
No, he's got 3 European Tour wins in India, twice at the Indian Open and once at the Avanta Masters.
There you have that. But just about trailing, and I think he's got it.
Boom. He won twice the Avanta Masters, and actually once the Indian Masters, and once the Avanta Masters, and then twice the Indian Open. He had 4. Twice he was also kind of, 2-3 times he was also the runner-up. Absolutely one of the sensational golfers.
I've spoken with him off and on, and he's contended in Europe. But the big difference is that for him, he loses a lot of length when he's playing in Europe.
Yes, that's been a big drawback for SSP.
The ball travels a little further in warmer conditions. So all these small intricate things do make a difference. So if you're a long hitter and you're traveling to Europe, your advantage actually compounds. And if you're a shorter hitter, the ball is actually not going to roll as well. In Indian conditions, like this week, you'll see the courses are harder, drier, so the ball does go further. So these small little things do make a difference. So let's have a look here at Gaurav Pratap Singh, one who does not concern himself with the tribulations of distance, because he's got ample strength and he's got ample direction as well.
I think probably one of the longer ones that I've seen go right in there.
I'm looking at some sort of celebration. Let's see, Gaurav Pratap Singh, pretty nonchalant.
That's just one more part.
Yeah, there you see, there,
There's a smile
yeah.
there.
He's discussing with his caddy.
हाँ, जीव सर के बारे में बोलूँगा, वो तो हमारे लेजेंड है। स्पेशली उनका बिहेवियर विद एनीवन वो बहुत अच्छा है और मुझे लगता है उन्होंने मुझे बहुत जगह स्पॉट किया है, काफ़ी गेम में काफ़ी कुछ सिखाया भी है, इसलिए मेरे लिए तो वो एक लाइक गॉड, गोल्फ गॉड है।
Yeah, definitely very excited. He's been like a role model for me. Like ever since growing up, I used to come to Chandigarh and play. I used to watch him play, and it's just amazing to know what he's done for Chandigarh golf. So I'm just very excited to tee it up next week. Jeev sir has been an inspiration for me and tons of kids from Chandigarh. Not only Chandigarh, from all over India.
Jeev has been one of the heroes of Indian golf and he's been my idol since I was a kid. In fact, he's one of the reasons I turned pro. So, going back to Chandigarh, seeing it up at his event, it's always nice.
Back to the action, we saw a lot of the players talking about legend Jeev Milkha Singh, about especially the Chandigarh lads, about what he means to the game and how he inspired them to, take up golf. And I can say that about myself as well. Not just him, even his father has inspired us to take up sport, and he is been a worthy successor to that. It takes a lot to carry that Milkha Singh name, and I think he's done himself proud, his family, and the region and the country. So, and the fact that even at this age he's competing and he's under par, he's playing so well, he's competing in major championships abroad, in senior championships, doing so well in Japan, shows you that his love for the game supersedes anything.
Sure, I've actually been extremely lucky to know Jeev pretty well at close quarters. And just a couple of months back, I was at the Senior Open in Wales at Royal Portcall, where there was history made for the Indian golf with not only Jeev but also Arjun Atwal and Jyoti Randhawa teeing it up at the Senior Open. So we had actually three Indians, and Jeev did such a fantastic job. The weather conditions were brutal, absolutely. On the third and the final day, you could barely stand, even as a spectator, let alone as a player. And I think Jeev, with the top 15 finish there, was superb. And, it speaks volumes about the way he adapts himself to the various conditions. And that was where he actually shared the story of first getting the first taste of links golf more than 20, 25 years ago, or almost 30 years ago. And his mates at that time were Amandeep Joel and Uttam Singh Mundi, who are actually now legends in themselves. And Uttam is the CEO of the PGTI. How they were playing an amateur event in France, but then they were asked to go to England, to Wales, to play an amateur events qualifiers. They didn't have the visa. They got a bit of help from none other than Sir Michael Bonanak, who we lost very recently, and he got a visa into UK and played there, and that was his first taste of links golf. He shared with us, and he has a huge reservoir of stories which he can share with the media and with youngsters.
Yes, I think you as well have a treasure trove of information and intricacies about these players and how these stories have shaped their careers. As we go back to hole number 7, this is a tricky green. It is a pretty small green given the fact that this par 5 is close to 600 yards, and nobody gets here in two.
And you can see the man in the hat there.
Yeah, exactly. That's Aman Raj.
No one wears another hat like this, and no one can pull it off better than him.
Yeah, that's the dingo hat that they call it. He reminds me a little bit of Shingo Katayama.
Shingo Katayama, yes. Another contemporary of Jeev Milkha Singh.
There's a lot of heartbreak in store for all of the players here. These balls.
Yes.
Yeah, these balls just don't go in the hole here. And talking about this hole number 7, when I played that round, I think I shot an 80 now that we come to it. And I had like a 2.5 footer birdie putt on this hole. It did not even touch the cup. That's why I know how difficult these greens are playing, especially if the speed is down. So normally what happens on golf courses, if the speed is down, the players can be more aggressive with their putts, but not here because the green sort of counteracts that advantage that you have. This hole plays so long, the players probably do well to have about 100 yards for their third after getting in correct position of the tee. And then the green is narrow as well. You can't afford to miss it because up and down is very difficult. So this golf course doesn't really give you much breathing space. There are no given birdie holes. I think apart from maybe the 13th hole is a par 5, a lot of players would be hitting maybe a 3-wood, then a 4-iron or something to that effect. But apart from that hole, there are not many holes where you can think of birdie straight off the tee.
Well, I mean, you can dream of birdies, you can maybe execute them, but you can never take them for granted. And this Aman Raj, he's playing along with the Southpaw Karthik Sharma and Harinder Gupta. Harinder Gupta, I'm sure you'll remember, had a lot of success early on, but it's kind of tapered off. He's another local lad from Chandigarh.
Yeah, Harry is, I think he's 8-time winner, if I'm not wrong. We'll have to check that. I'm sure you'd have the facts bottled down as we see Aman Raj sporting that seemed to be some sort of injury on his wrist. That's never a good sign. I know that my career was sort of waylaid because of that right wrist injury, and it's a smaller joint, and hope that this is just something pretty temporary for him.
So I've followed his amateur career. I saw him play a few times at the Asia Pacific Amateurs in Singapore, Hong Kong, and so on. He idolizes, for all lefties. I mean, he idolizes players like Phil Mickelson and trains at the DLF. Good lad. He's got stars in his eyes.
I saw him. I'd gone to, sorry to interject, I'd gone to the range about 4 days back on Sunday, I think previous Sunday or something, and I saw him there hitting balls right next to me. Believe you me, the way the driver is coming out, I was so thoroughly impressed. And probably I'm somebody that uses a lot of superlatives, but I can't quite think of anybody else that I saw hitting the driver so well.
Wiry, he's very wiry. He's able to spring. He's able to bring, kind of put his body right behind that shot, and so which is why he probably gets this.
He reminds me of one of those athletic cricketers, like maybe Mohammad Kaif in his prime.
Oh yes, he does.
He has that quick, fast switch sort of muscle fiber.
Excellent comparison.
And you see him hit driver on the range. It's a sight to behold. It's about 290 in the air with about 3 or 4 yards of draw, and each drive was on the money. So I was thoroughly impressed that day. Seeing him so up close, and his accuracy and the way the ball comes out. It comes out with a lot of heat and roll on it as well. So
you just a little while ago you were referring to SSP, and his lack of distance, so to say. And here you have young lads like Karthik, who are actually, kind of hovering around 300 all the time. So which is what the game has become, distance with a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, earlier in my time, you'd see a few players hit it long, but they would spray it. That doesn't happen. You see players now hitting it 300 with accuracy. That's why...
Yeah, they're all armed with a TrackMan. Did you have one? It was so expensive.
I agree.
Now these guys can afford to buy it.
Yeah, I think
because they're playing for such huge purses.
As we have a look at Adil, needs some sort of TrackMan here as well for that line left to right. But I think this putt, I know there's nothing like an easy putt, but this is a makeable putt. This is about 20 feet, and I would say this is easier than some of the shorter ones. It's rolling down. Grain is not going to be much of a factor. You can see that the speed is a little better on this one. Has a little bit of a patch in between, but this is a makeable putt. If he leaves it in the correct line and tries to miss it from above, I think it'll have a good chance of going in the hole. He's not too sure. He keeps looking over his left shoulder. Maybe some sort of assurance from the caddy that they do have the correct line before they pull the trigger. Yeah, I see him.
Sometimes, when you're not so sure on the greens, you need some assurance from your bagman.
Let's see how he does. This looks a lot quicker. This green probably rolling at maybe 8.5. We'll soon find out. The sun comes out, the greens do dry up and become better. And there you see, he just had to give it about a foot more, had the correct line.
Even actually probably 10 inches maybe.
Yeah, that was a good putt though. And you'll see that on the player's back nine, they'll start to putt better. As the sun comes out, the greens will dry out more.
And the moment you in Chandigarh.
And the grain would actually subside a little bit. So you'll see better putting by the players on the back nine.
Cleans that up.
It's a different angle. Tappy with a shorter putt, but definitely a lot more difficult. He'll have to contend with about half a foot of fringe, and that would be a lot slower. And the shadow of the trees also makes it a little more difficult to gauge the line. I would expect this to sort of come up short and left. It would be difficult to give it a mighty whack. Yeah, missing it.
Just another roll and it would have gone in there.
Just a little bit on the left-hand side, but I was expecting that to be missed on the lower side, but a brilliant putt by him nevertheless.
As many of the top 10, 15 players approach the end of the front nine, Jayaraj Sandhu has been the man making the move. He's got 3 birdies. He's been 3 under today for the front nine, and he's actually moved into the top 10. So that's been it's been a good moving day for him so far. 19 places up. So 3 under for the front nine. Jayaraj Sandhu, a recent winner. Entering the winner's circle always increases your confidence. And I think that's what's showing in the case of young Jayaraj.
Yes, they say winning takes care of everything. This putt, Amardeep Malik, this is makeable. This is genuinely a makeable putt. No difficulty. Grain not a factor here. Let's see if he's able to make it with that rather unconventional putting grip that he has. No.
Broke just a bit early. Again, I said that tap-in was almost out of frustration.
Yes, he knows that he let one get away over there. As we had a look at that, but let's also have a look at the updated scores. You have Jamal leading at 12 under par, Sachin at 11, Chandrajit Yadav rounding up the top 3. Good scores out of the golf course, early days still.
That would be actually one of his career best finishes for Chandrajit Yadav if he can stay on in the top 3, and it would also mean a very good payday for him.
Yeah, he just needs to hang on the coattails of one of these top 2 players and just not to let go for the last 2 days.
Not think about the check that awaits him.
Yeah, I think he should just, I know it seems a little counterintuitive, just think of level par and he'll play under par. If he tries to put that pressure that I need to make birdies to contend, then the game sort of, you try to force it. Just try and make your pars, birdies will come. So if he can hang around that 10, 11 under par, I think he can be right there, because I don't see the tournament going at beyond 15 under par. The breaks will be put on, the pin positions will get trickier, maybe 16, but you see that the tournament
15, 16 should be a pretty good game out there.
As it wears on, it'll become a lot more difficult. And we see that the final day, the scoring is not the same. So if Chandrajit can hang on around the 10 mark, he's definitely certain to get a top 5 finish.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this game. There used to be an old slogan on the PGA Tour that 1 week can change your life. And this is the week that could change the life of Chandrajit Yadav, not just in terms of where he gets or what he gets, But remember, he's still within striking distance of a life-changing win. That gentleman out there in the background, I'm sure that is Yuvraj Sandhu's dad, a huge a fan of his son, and an absolutely fantastic gentleman. And I think I'm right there. He's they're watching his son, a hugely talented guy who has the ability, who has it in him to really hit the top levels. It's a lot about confidence. There's a lot of activity out there, a huge, busy golf course there. You can see various groups and golf carts going crossing the course there. We are at hole number 7. Have Rashpal Singh there. Been a great day for him so far. Dropped a few shots out there. You want to move on the 3rd day, but not backwards. Again, Mr. Green needs, wonder if he's going to use a putter from there, or he's probably thinking of actually going in with the flat stick. That's interesting. He's walking it right through, making sure. So which would make me feel that he's probably going to look at the possibility of using the putter. Maybe he's asking the flagstick to come closer to him. We'll see. He knows that it is uphill, which is better than trying to get a downhill putt. He's decided to go with his putter. He needs to stroke it well.
Yeah,
Make sure that he doesn't leave it short.
that's a rather surprising choice, to be honest. The ball also looks a little nestled on. I'm not certain that he has made the correct one on this occasion, but I'm sure the player knows a lot more. He will contend with that rough as well. So
He's managed.
you see that he leaves the shot.
He's left it quite short.
Yeah, not sure why he went with the putter from there.
The way he was actually, kind of looking at the path, it suggested that he would, which is why I said that he's looking at the possibility of a putter, and he did actually use it. Left it a bit short, but hopefully
That's also a sign, if a player, the fringe is fine, but many times beyond it.
Yeah,
And
he was far deep into it, actually. He was
yeah.
way beyond it.
Actually, that's one, I'd like to get back to chipping. That's probably one of the most difficult chip shots for a player. When there's not enough green and the ball is nestled down, that requires finesse. And that's not the easiest chip shot, mind you. So maybe he knows that the odds of getting up and down from there are better with a putter. Great putt by Yuvraj there. Brusher Paul would have his work cut out. We saw Amardeep Malik's putt
Yes.
sort of trailing off. So he would need to make sure that he hits that putt.
Yeah,
Doesn't
sure, yeah. One more thing that I would kind of like to mention here is that, all these youngsters need to understand that, kind of they need to make their choices pretty fast. You can't, take a lot of time. Of course, I mean, I won't say that Brashpal is taking a lot of time, but he, once you get into a kind of create a ritual for yourself or a process or routine for yourself, it often ends up taking too much time. And I think that is a, danger. That is the danger of falling into a pitfall of this sort. And when you go and play internationally, slow play is frowned upon a lot, especially in these days when there's so much television attention on that.
Angachima right there, not one to mull around and quick to pull the trigger. Let's see if he's able to get this ball in the hole. Good speed.
Speed's good.
Yes, finally.
He would love that, kind of spun around the lip and then dropped.
Brilliant putt right there.
Huge relief, huge relief.
Chima currently sitting in at 600 past, so that should move him to 7. We're not quite sure what he made on hole number 4 and 5, but either ways, that's a good birdie by him. Now, Brashpal Singh cuts a lonesome figure on this green. That's one thing that I can tell you. When the others have sort of walked off and made their putts and you left there, you do feel a little left out and you want to make your putt as well. That's a little bit more pressure.
And he's not been having the best of days. He dropped 3 bogeys in his first 5 holes.
Really does.
That's never a great start. But he did have a birdie in the second.
Look at that.
Wow, exactly what he had warned about.
That's
turning away from the face of the cup.
Problem here when you're putting from within 4 feet, you have to be aggressive. Dying it in is not going to work on these greens because the green will take over. So the players just have, I know it's a little counterintuitive, but they have to.
Yuvraj's father there.
Yeah, he's been long for the journey. He's been able to chronicle everything that his son has done, and he's lucky to be able to do that. I know that being a young parent myself, although I took my son to the golf course and not quite interested in playing golf, he just throws the ball all over the place. But I find that fascinating as well. Just shows you that this game gives you joy in all aspects. And
ये जिम्नी इंतजार कर रही है अपने राइडर का, कौन होगा विनर। वेल बहुत खास है ये प्लेस जहां मैं खड़ी हूं, जिसे कहते हैं होल नंबर 11, और होल इन वन करने वाले को ये जिम्नी मिलने वाली है। होल इन वन जो कि होल नंबर 11 पार्ट 3 है, बजाय इसके होल इन वन करने वाले के लिए ये जिम्नी वेट कर रही है। हालांकि होल इन वन पॉसिबल है, किया भी है इस टूर्नामेंट में सुधीर शर्मा ने, लेकिन वो इस जिम्नी के मालिक नहीं बन सकते। जिम्नी का मालिक वो होगा जो इस जगह पे, यानी यहीं पर होल इन वन करेगा, 1 शॉट अवे फ्रॉम दिस ब्यूटीफुल स्मार्ट एलिगेंट जिम्नी।
There you had Snehlata talking about that brilliant offer this week. Hold the ball in 1 and drive away in a Jimny. I think if I hold it, I won't even bother finishing my round. Just get in the car and then drive off onto the sunset. Brilliant ride for all terrains. The Maruti Jimny can take you on a flat road, on a mountain, hillside, beach, anywhere. The 4x4 can really rev your heart and the engine. So The players definitely are locked in. As we give a look at hole number 7, the approach shot on this treacherous, long, winding double dog leg. Turns a little to the right, then to the left. As we have a look at Amardeep Malik with that abbreviated finish and a little bit of a pause. Seems that pause has worked out really well for him. Jamal Hussain still leading the pack. Has his nose ahead ever so slightly. Sachin Besoya not too far at 11 under par. He's left a little to the right. Yes, and getting a little bit of purchase off the surface. So that would be maybe all of 12 feet for birdie. Mardeep playing alongside Adil Bedi, who we just saw, and Tappy Guy. Tappy Guy probably has. Tappy Guy was the one who hit the shot. Now we have Adil Bedi. Probably the best angle. Maybe about 85 yards. A low draw would be the shot from here. Just keep it a little right of the flag, somewhere near Amardeep's ball, and let's spin back. Look for this to be close. Adil Bedi is very good from 100 yards and inside. Look at that, right on the money. So that's a given birdie. Should be able to pick it up from there. And that would move him one shot ahead and should move to 6 under par. So brilliant shot there by Adil. Those of you who are joining us on this wonderful Saturday morning, I'd like to tell you that you're live at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. We're playing this tournament at the Chandigarh Golf Club. And the prize fund for this week's tournament is rupees 1.5 CR. So a lot to play for the players. And this is a very important tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India calendar. The top 60 players would get to play the Tour Championship at the end of the year. And all the players have their eyes set on that tournament.
And that tournament has twice the amount of prize money, 3 crores, the Tata Steel one.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Season-ending tournament that's got a lot of prize money, 3 crores, which could change a lot of lives, meaning a lot of points to get up to the top of the order of merit, which has its own incentives.
We've also gotten an update in the scores. We see that Jamal is actually 2 clear at 13 under par.
I think that par right at the beginning, where he seemed to be in trouble, would have actually helped Jamal a lot, because he did actually seem to be on the verge of losing a shot out there. He managed to save it, and he's been pretty steady after that.
To be honest, I think that's better than a par. I missed that. We missed that putt, but that was all of 15. Making par from there is like,
actually
it's not
a shot.
Yeah, it's just saying, extricating victory from the jaws of defeat. Seriously, he was all done and dusted there from where he was to get it about 15, 17 feet. To make par was as good as birdie, if not even better, because he was out of position and he was able to salvage par. So I think that would really give him a good boost. And you see that he's continuing in a very good, rich vein from there on. And the others who are pursuing, not that far off either. Abhijit Singh Chadha is 2 under par. Lower down, you have Anga Chima also. We saw making that birdie at 2 under par. Pawan Kumar 3 under par. Kalin Joshi, the prodigious ball striking machine from Bengaluru, at 2 under par as well. So there are a lot of pursuers. Abhinav Lohan, Asian Games medalist, also at 2 under par. So there's a lot of pedigree. But as they say, you still got to make the birdies. No easy pickings here.
Coming back to Jamal, sometimes a shot saved is actually like more than a shot gained, and I think it also gives you a lot of confidence going further, and that's what's happened with birdies on the second and the fifth for the Bangladesh star.
There you have Tappy Guy making his birdie, and you can also see Rahil Ganji on hole number 6 cleaning up with presumably seems to be a putt for his par. I would also like to tell you that you can follow us on www.pgtofindia.com. You can head over to our website, get a lot of information about the schedule, the players, the statistics, the birdies, eagles, and so on and so forth. And what's also good that golf is free to watch on the Professional Golf Tour of India. So you can head over to the course, follow the course laid down stipulations, and obviously the other rules that apply, and just walk alongside the players and see these fantastic international stars right in front of your eyes. And the great thing is that they're really friendly, and it's all free. So I don't think there are many such opportunities that you can actually look at other sport. And talking about other sport, I'm in the cricket fever right now myself. It's such an exciting time, especially with our team India really steamrolling the opposition. That would be something as well. This fantastic match coming up tomorrow between the Proteas and us, and then the semi-final. So golf, cricket, it's like a sporting crescendo at this point in time.
Meanwhile, just kind of going deeper into the scoreboard, there is one young man making big moves today. He started from the back nine, Kshitish Naval Call. He's 4 under for the back nine, and he's actually moved a lot, and he's now into the top 10. He's got birdies on the 11th, the 13th, the 16th, and the 18th. So after rounds of 70 and 73 on the first 2 days, 5 under for the first 2 rounds. He's now 4 under for just the back nine of the third round. So that's a significant move. Truly a moving day for him.
Yes, Gaurav Pratap Singh there. On hole number 8. This is, for all intents and purposes, a birdie hole for the players. Fairly straightforward pin position. The players, majority of them would be going with maybe anywhere between an 8 and a 9.
Gaurav can do with a birdie here after 2 drop shots earlier in the round. On the third, no, he's just 1 shot on the third, but he did pick a birdie back on the 6th, and here he is staring at a possibility of 1 more here.
Yeah, seems to be put off by something, not quite certain what line to take. But these are some of the easier parts on this golf course when it's straightforward. You can just be a little more aggressive, keep it inside the hole, not much break. Anytime you see any amount of break, then it becomes the difficulty really compounds. Right there in the heart of the cup. 9. There you see. Jamal Hussain, our leader. This
Abhijit has moved into the tied second spot along with Sachin. Abhijit is now 11 under.
This hole would favor a draw player today. Some respite from all the difficult holes the 8th hole provides.
Abhijit really would be relishing where he is now, back-to-back birdies on the 5th and the 6th, with a par 5 on 7th coming up for him.
Definitely not driving away. In that chimney is Abhijit, my apologies, Abhinav Lohan. Quite the color as well, I must say. It's just, you can camouflage yourself on the golf course in that.
No, I'm sure they'll allow you to choose the color you want if you win it.
For one, if I was to make it, I don't think color would be the least of my worries. I will be just getting myself nice and comfortable. But that's an added bonus for the players this week. Break a little bit to the left. We've seen a lot of putts that do break to the left being missed on the lower side. Again, that has to do with speed. Very difficult for the players to hit them firm enough to be missing on the professional side, as they say. They're all missing it on the amateur side, the lower side. So that's one thing that players should try and ensure, that just try and miss it on the higher side and you will still make a few putts here.
There's another talented young man, Syed Sakib. And he's one of those many products of Bangalore actually who've done extremely well. But again, he should have been, he's been on the scene for so long. He was one of the leading amateurs on the Indian tour, on the amateur circuit, got into the pro circuit. But, not able to, get, ahead more, or, produce the kind of results that he can actually. But I think he's hugely talented again.
I think there's such a chasm when you shift from amateur to professional golf. Yeah, I felt it. So, as I say, the grass is not always green, and it's a shift when you're playing amateur golf. You're freewheeling. You're taken care of by the oil companies. Life is rosy. You're a star. You're at top of the rankings, and life is easy. But when you turn professional, you start realizing that this is my life I'm playing for. And nothing is certain. If the only food on your table is the one that you can earn, and there's so many good players. So sometimes it can be, as they say, a bridge too far. So you really need to prepare well for it. Professional golf is not for the faint of heart, and so it's good to always play a few events before you turn professional and have a sort of a roadmap. I think these players these days, they have everything for them. They have guidance. They know what they want to do,
and they'll have to produce.
Yes, and it's a lot more difficult. But as they say, if there's honey, the bees will come. So there's a lot of honey on tour, and you can expect stiff competition.
Sachin misses it again on the inside. Missing out on a par 5 is never a happy scene. The shake of the head tells you all.
Now this putt, is it safe to say this is a straightforward putt after seeing all the misses? You don't want to jinx anyone.
I must say one thing, Shaurya, about you. You're a very, very optimistic golfer. Well,
yes, right there.
Straightforward. Yeah. Just about 2.5 feet there. Jamal happy, strides away.
I think this could definitely be Jamal's week. Brusher Paul. Now that's a long putt coming up, left to right. Let's see if he's able to get the distance right. That's a pretty good putt. Seems to be tracking. That's a nice putt by him. So, yes. See Adil Bedi. Adil Bedi on your screens in live feed 2 on hole number 8. This putt should break ever so slightly right towards the end from his left to right. But in the first part, it will break a little right to left. So pretty much a straight, firm putt. Let's see if he is able to dial that in. Or just about moving to the right at the end, a little more than anticipated. So Yuvraj here at hole number 7. Fairly makeable putt. This is a good angle to be coming from. Speed will not be an issue here for Yuvraj. And there you have it, right
He
in the
really
hole.
needed that, Shaurya.
Good putt by Yuvraj and a good birdie. So talking about the order of merit, I feel that Om Prakash has really helped his cause by those victories and being at 81 lakh. Aman Raj, Sachin Besoy at 40, Karan Pratap Singh at 40. You're seeing that the gap is massive. It's going to be very
You
difficult.
realize 81 lakhs is actually $100,000. Well, almost.
Yeah, there and thereabouts. But do you think that anyone can actually pose a challenge? It's going to be quite difficult.
It's going to be very difficult. We have only 5 events left after this week, and unless someone gets onto a hot streak like either Manu or you did last year, it's going to be pretty difficult to overhaul Chauhan.
I think for anyone on the chasing pack, they have to win at least 3 tournaments to try and
That's
make
it.
it.
And also hope that OP doesn't do as well.
Yeah, so it looks like a seal pretty much according to me this year. That
He should be getting his visas done now.
that should not be an issue. If there's any, I'm sure he can contact you. Good putt by Angad right there.
I'd love to see Om Prakash win a bit because I think he's the kind of a player, who could inspire many, many people. Very, very quiet. But, there's another small Jeev story in OP Chauhan. There was a match play event. I can't remember the year. I can't even remember the name. I think it was probably SRF match play. And OP actually created a massive upset by beating Jeev in the first round in match play.
Yeah, I think would have been SRF.
Yeah.
That was my favorite event.
Oh, yeah. Match play is fantastic.
Yeah, that's I think a lot more different. This allows you to freewheel and not worry about the score, and you can use a little bit of gamesmanship as well.
That was the time when you actually don't give it 3-footers and 2-footers.
Exactly.
You want the other guy to actually nail it, before you give the hole to him.
The funny thing is his ball is on the green, but he is looking elsewhere.
Depends upon if he's got the backswing for it. Does he have enough space for it? He does.
Let's see what Karan does here. It's if I'm not wrong, is this hole number 9 next to the putting green? I would assume this is hole number 9.
It is.
A challenging hole, the hole number 9 winds a little, a dogleg to the right with that OB on the right hand side. You need to hit something that fades from left to right, and then you have like a shot, maybe an 8 iron or a 7 iron coming into that green.
Done well to get pretty that close, but again, this is. I still think the players have not come to terms with the speed.
It's not,
Still grappling with it.
I think it's the third day. They know the speed, but I would like to iterate again that it's just not possible because your stroke, the way that you stroke, you used to a certain way, and it's impossible for the body to adjust that much because
Well, that I agree.
somebody who would be accustomed to putting on these kind of greens because he has a very wristy sort of a stroke. So Gaurav would not find it difficult putting on these greens. You see, he's quite aggressive in the way that he putts. So
That's also the nature of the player. Sometimes, you want to hit it past or to give it a chance to drop. And of course, if it kind of shaves the hole, it could mean a bit of a comeback for you.
Gaurav, with both his victories at Noida Golf Club, his home golf course, it's rather surprising. And 12 years between the two, I think 12 or 14, I'm not too certain.
Speaks volumes of the guy. He didn't give up. He stuck to his task manfully.
Yes. I think 14 years, if I'm not wrong. Brilliant putt. That's a drought if you ever see one. But he's been helped by that victory. You can see that his confidence is buoyed by that happening, and now he's playing well. We go to Rahil. Here at hole number
That's
7.
another man who had a huge gap between his two wins on the Asian Tour, and this is why he's still a much feared and a much respected
Not
professional.
not much of a gap between the ball and the hole on that instance would make life easy.
There's Brashpal Singh on the eighth tee. It's been a bit of a downhill move for him today. I mean, he's already 4 over with 5 birdies and just 1 bogey against his name in the first 7 holes. He's just coming off 4 bogeys in the last 5 holes. He surely would like to end that horrible streak right now. Young man, a lot of potential, and no better golf course than this one because this is where he's played a lot to get his confidence back. It's interesting to see so many golfers from Chandigarh or from Punjab here at this event. Of course, I was earlier referring to probably the cradle of Indian golf now, Chandigarh along with Bangalore. Of course, Delhi has its own number of golfers, but certainly Chandigarh and Bangalore producing the big numbers. We're back again with the second feed now. Feed 1 and feed 2. Brashwal Singh on the first one is on the eighth green. Shima. Just a bit more than what he'd wanted. Small bits out there. Just a throwback, just to look another look at the scoreboard. Jamal Hussain now 3 shots clear. And Abhijit Chadha and Sachin Basoya are in second place. That was Rahul Kanji cleaning it up.
Yeah, Jamal putting in some daylight between himself and the chasing pack. Abhijit Singh Chadha and Sachin find themselves 3 strokes adrift. So Jamal is moving on the proverbial moving days, making the most of this fine Saturday afternoon. Still morning, I aired. Yeah, have a look at Angad on hole number 8. Give that a good run. Just slipping that past. Now look at some of the other scores out on the golf course. We have Arjun Prasad, Sujan, Dharma, and Ranjit, all of them at 1 under par for the day. Om Prakash Chauhan, also in red numbers, so important for him to finish strong. He wants to maintain that lead on the order of merit and that vice grip that he currently holds onto that coveted trophy. We have Indian Open champion C. Muniyappa not having the best of days, 3 over and 3 over for the tournament as well. We have Kshitij now with call blazing a red hot trail. My apologies, at 4 under par through 9. And Pavan Kumar 3 under through 9. So some good scoring by the players. It seems that the benign conditions are favoring them. They're going for the flags. And if they're able to hold those putts, then we see a lot of red numbers. Brasharpal Singh with what seems to be a good angle. The ball will get there. The only thing, the line needs to be correct.
He's
any moment now.
Day.
Any moment now. You do have 10 seconds. You can wander about, do a little bit of waltz, and maybe that would cause the ball to go in. We would, when we were playing amateur golf, we would always stand here and wait for the ball to go in, and maybe
it's called, hoping against hope.
Angachima now. He gave that a good run. Now he finds himself on the other side. That's what I was saying. Players are not that aggressive because coming back and putting into the green. That's when
actually become even more problematic.
Yeah, that's when things become a little tricky. As I said in that famous movie short, I said, वास्तविकता थोड़ी धुंधली हो जाती है because आप पट मार रहे हैं green के अंदर, and then line is something that you can't quite decipher. This is 4 feet. This putt would break from his right, which is a saving grace. So that is the easier of the two. So a firm putt, and this should not be too difficult. Anything loose and he'll miss it on the left-hand side. Stamped it.
Steady
yeah, with authority.
Confident one.
Yes, you saw that the putt was firm, and that's why it was able to drop right into the heart of the cup. That would please Angachima. That tracer technology. Really. Leaving that a little bit to the right was Tappy, and then look at that draw. I think he's had quite a bit of movement on that. And that's a real bullet there by Adil. The ball flight can tell you a lot about the player's swing, state of mind, intended line of approach. It's an absolute story in itself.
So number 9, Adil Bedi out there. Amardeep Malik. Making sure Fox takes a full circle around there.
Some news, Abhijit Chadha unfortunately has been besieged on hole number 7. He has made the proverbial snowman.
Snowman, that's right. Looking at that.
The unfortunate 8 for him. We're dropping back to 8 under par. So seems that you would have to recover a few shots now. Amardeep Palik on hole number 9.
He seemed to be going at a pretty decent clip, and then suddenly, boom, it stops.
Yeah, brakes were applied, and that's primarily owing to the grain. You would see that tomorrow the greens will roll a little faster. That's what happens progressively as the tournament wears on. The grass gets a lot of beating, so as to speak, and then it gets flatter. So tomorrow you'll see that the greens will roll a little quicker.
You know, when you were talking about Abhijit, I mean, a golf can be a cruel game. He worked hard for 3 birdies over the first 6 holes, and then boom, suddenly 3 shots gone on one single hole, and he's back to square number 1, just where he started the day from.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot right there. Seems to be Chandrajit Yadav.
You know, playing on a golf course that you're familiar with means a lot, and that's what Chandrajit is showing. Now, he hasn't exactly been in the best of forms this season, but coming into this place, he's shown a lot of heart. He's hanging in there within striking distance of both Jamal and Sachin ahead of him. And I think it could be a week to remember for him.
You know, we earlier spoke about Abhijit Chadha and his birdies and how that, in an instant, they were sort of taken back on that hole number 7. Sort of brings to my mind the principle of entropy and how that affects life. Is that disorder is how everything moves towards. It's very difficult to keep everything in order. And that's the principle of entropy. And I think that applies to sport as well. You have to be so
It
good.
applies to sport more than anything else, you know, where the ups and downs can be pretty devastating.
Yeah, you need to really have your wits about you to make pars, birdies. But in an instant, if you don't look, you could really drop a lot of shots, and that's how golf is a true test, and especially stroke play. It makes it so unique that you need to play well, you need to be a great champion, and you need to be able to weather the conditions as well.
Sachin has been pretty good on getting into the greens, giving himself chances, but he's not been able to convert them. He's not had a single birdie on. He's not had birdied either of the par fives that he's come up against so far on the second or the seventh, and I think he must be ruining that by because par fives are what you need to kind of pick up shots from, and he's not been able to do that. He started with a birdie, and it's been pars all along the way. But of course, still better than dropping any shots.
Yeah, this flag on the 9th seems pretty inviting, but that bunker is there to catch an errant shot. Interestingly, Chandrajit, my apologies, is ranked 137th on the order of merit. That's the last. So he's made
Could
one
be the
cut.
make or break week for him. It could mean a card for him for next year, a full job.
Yeah, I think if he, mathematically speaking, if he is able to secure a top 5,
he should be in there.
Yeah, then he can keep his card. Unfortunately, missing that putt.
It actually clipped the, lip of the club of the cup. But he's done well to hang in there. Remember, he's not had great success, so it can't be, a question of confidence. It's just a question of belief rather than confidence. And he's been to, kind of stay in there. Jamal Hussain sizing up another chance to put a little more distance between him and the chasers. He knows he has the luxury of time. There's no group following him, and he could actually be bordering on slow play, but he still wants to make sure no drop shots, no errors, no unnecessary errors there.
Look at that. That's very unique, and that's the way that Jamal does his eyes. He sort of doesn't quite follow conventional golfing wisdom, where they say keep your eyes on the ball. His eyes are definitely on the prize. When he's putting, he's always looking at the hole, and you saw that he was craning his neck. It's rather unique. We would not tell anybody to follow that putting style unless they have the same prowess as Jamal does, and different strokes, different folks. Golf allows you that privilege that you can have different techniques. It reminds me, if I think of cricketing terms, something like Steve Smith, the unorthodox sort of cricketer, and that's Jamal Hussain for you, has his own technique.
Well, if it works, it does. Don't mend it unless it's broke. If it's working for you,
absolutely stick to it. Let's see what Karan can do here with that claw grip. That was a good putt.
It was a good putt. He had the speed. It's just a wee bit inside.
Unfortunate to have missed that. I thought that was a brilliant putt by him. You can really gauge a lot of intent. Seeing unique putting styles this week.
That's also a result of so many coaches available, so many manuals, and so many YouTube videos that everybody seems to be getting onto it and then seeing what works best for them. And it's always a question when you're not having a great season, when you're not having a great week, you kind of tend to look around everywhere and you see something that you think might work for you. You get into it for a couple of days, couple of rounds, couple of weeks. And if it does, awesome. Otherwise, you continue your search.
That's Abhijit Chadha here. Look at that putting grip. Left hand sort of conventional. Now the right, just about there. Gingerly holding on to the putter with his index finger. I'm not quite certain what grip that is called. Whatever it is, didn't quite work out on that instance. But surprisingly, that ball didn't break left. As Karan did, seems like he might have pushed it a wee bit because the grain did not quite take effect. And see, that is a struggle that I'm saying with an extremely long hitter. Somehow their putting doesn't quite hold the same high standard. If they do, then they're normally found on the PGA Tour. And Abhijit Chadha definitely has the pedigree to be there. If he can just get that putter rolling well. Aggressive play on hole number 9, going with the driver here. Shows you the players don't hold back anymore.
The kind of money that's on offer, nobody wants to hold back.
Oh, look at you!
Grab it.
Look at Yui with that rescue iron.
Oh,
and how long he's been.
Yeah.
How long he has been hitting.
He is actually a massive hitter.
With his rescue iron, that's probably a 2 iron, or maybe if you can see how many woods are there. So that's most probably a 2 iron. They said, as Lee Trevino famously said, only God can hit a 1 iron, but Yuvraj is close. He's hitting that 2 iron, and that his second shot. So if I'm not wrong, that is a really lusty blow. That to be hitting a wedge on hole number 9 after your tee shot, that 2 iron would have had to travel at least 290 yards.
He's got an aggressive mindset, and he probably wants to try and see if he can give himself a few more chances. Remember that double bogey that he gave away on the 5th.
Look at how good he is from this distance. I think that's his 3rd. Seems like the green is a little too close. Yeah, he seems to have not had the best of second shot. So all that build up that I did seemed to be like a little bit of air out of a balloon. So we'll find out what mistake he made with his second shot. But that tee shot definitely looked like $1 million, so as to speak. He has that lag, and somebody similar that comes to mind is Kalin Joshi. A lot of players hit it that long, but the lag they create, that's the way the ball comes off, the sound that comes off after they hit the ball is really sweet.
They say when a golfer hits the ball in the moment, he can hear it. He can actually hear where it goes. Not only see it, but he can hear where it goes. So that sound hitting the middle, the sweet spot, is always music.
It's surprising that you say that. I find it difficult to see or hear my ball these days. On both fronts.
When you hit the ball, you surely can see. The others can't.
No, on both fronts, I'm finding it rather difficult. I'm having to maybe rely on some other sense.
Sixth.
Exactly. That's the sense. That's where I try and find the ball now. Where Brusher pulsing downhill, left, right. We saw Brusher Pal on hole number 7 hit a really good lag putt. So maybe that's where he excels in putting. He seems to be a good lag putter. Let's see how he does this time. Again, another decent putt. You can see that the green from that angle rolls really well. So he's done well there. Should be able to make his par. Angachima now on hole number 9. Gives that a good run, and that is where the ball finally comes to rest in the hole. So brilliant putt by Angad. See UV there on hole number 9 would try and save his par. Would have gone to school on Angad's putt. Pretty similar line, left to right. You can a putt so fine. You need to see it on two screens, and makes that putt. And we've got some more news in. Jamal now leads the tournament by 4 shots. Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, currently at 15 under par, really not letting up. Has birdied hole number 7, and we see him on hole number 8 on the right of the green, and has done ever so well on that chip shot. I think that's where he excels. Did hit an errant shot. Trailing Jamal Hussain is Sachin Besoya, 4 shots behind. Angachima, 6 behind. So he's putting a little bit of daylight between him and the rest. You've seen that this golf course, you can shoot a 3 or a 4 under these players, but to go beyond that, it really requires you to be on top of all the facets of your game. And this week, with the greens that the way they are, I personally feel that it's going to be very difficult for anyone to go below the 5 or 6 under par. We've seen quite a few rounds though. Karan Pratap, Rahul Ganji, Tappy Ghai, and Abhijit Chadda shooting 600s. So it is possible, but on the final day to shoot a 6 or 7 under, it's going to be very difficult. So if Jamal can maintain a 4 or 5 shot lead, he should be able to coast to victory pretty comfortably here. As we have a look at hole number 8, Chandrajit, fantastic. You can see that nerves are not an issue. He bogeyed the previous hole, but coming back strong with a birdie here at hole number 8. Now Sachin for his bird. This should break a little bit from Sachin's right. Fairly straightforward putt. And he does ever so well. Oh,
You
look
know
at
what?
that.
He's actually relieved so that because you were proved right. A straightforward putt. Shaurya, I'm telling you, you're one of the most optimistic putters I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, if you need to have some positivity, otherwise this game will just break you down. As they say, we need a little. Professional golfers need to live in denial.
I like that. I
Yeah,
like
you
that.
never quite let the bad days weigh you down, and the good days are always special. Jamal there doing a little bit of gardening, removing loose impediments and so on and so forth.
There's Jamal there. Three straight birdie putts on fifth. Three straight birdies actually on fifth, sixth, and seventh. 4 under for the day through the first 7 holes. Jamal's not letting up, putting in more distance between him and the rest. Just as I said, I was almost scared of a commentator's jinx, but it caught the left lip and dropped. Jamal's having a nice moving day.
Karan Pratap thing here at hole number 9. Abhijit Singh Chadha at hole number 9. Sachin Bisoya moving to 12 under par. We saw that putt that he held on hole number 8. So he moves himself to within 3 of the lead. Jeev Milkha Singh, level par for the day and tied 32nd position. So he's also going along really well. The host really enjoying his own tournament. Rahil now on hole number 9. This putt should break ever so slightly to his right. Leaving it short. That's a similar tale that we've seen throughout the week thus far. Karan Pratap Singh, currently sitting in at 8 under par for the tournament, 7 behind. But if you're just able to hang in there and make sure that you're within about 8 or 9 shots, then you're good to go. You can mount a challenge on the final day. Oh, just about missing it there. And that's a similar tale that we'll see throughout the week, that a lot of players would end up missing the shorter ones. And that's why Jamal has been so effective. He's been really good with the short stick. We saw that salvage on the previous hole for his par as well. So. And for those of you who are joining the ABP network now, we'd like to tell you that you're watching the Professional Golf Tour of India live from Chandigarh Golf Club for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside Mr. Ramaswamy, very senior journalist. My apologies, Mr. Krishnaswamy. Sometimes we get in the commentary and the finer details evade us. You want to talk a little bit about your journey as a senior golf person who's done so much for the game of golf, and the way you've covered golf all throughout the world.
I don't know if I've done much for golf, but I just would like to say that I love golf. I love the integrity of the sport, the fact that you walk around golf courses. That's the best office you can have. You get to see some of the most well mannered young people there, both men and women. And the way youngsters have begun to take up to the sport, it really shows that, there used to be, when I first started covering golf, it used to be spoken of as a old man's sport, but no longer. You see such kids coming up, there are kids in actually single digits. And you have tournaments with competitions in under 6 and under 7, which makes you wonder if they are taller than the clubs. And I recently had this opportunity of again running into Shubham Jaglan at the Asia Pacific in Melbourne. The first time I saw him, he was about 6 years old. He was barely taller than the clubs that he was using. And now he's a 20-year-old studying in the University of South Florida and on a golf scholarship. And he's really, kind of tall, well built, well spoken. I think what golf has done for him has made him into a fine young man, who's ready to take on the world. I mean, if he becomes a champion in golf too, that's a bonus, I would say, because it's making him a good human being. And I think that really is what sets golf, makes golf different from many of the other sports. I'd say sport by itself is very, very healthy, but even there, golf has a special place.
And talking about a special place, look no further. Look at the chimney right behind you. Never turn back. I'm pretty certain that Adil doesn't intend to either. Let's see if he's going to drive away with that beautiful 4x4.
In all these years, I've actually never seen live a hole in one. I've always come to the spot after it's actually been holed or just before. But I would love to see Adil get this.
Started off on the correct line, seems to be drawing, but might have overclubbed it a little bit. That was a fantastic shot. Would have looked good in the air. What are the odds? What are the mathematical odds? I would think for a hole in one, what do you think? Maybe 1 in 100,000?
Oh no, certainly not. It would be much, much more than that. It would be much more heavier odds. I mean, 1 in 100,000 is pretty good actually to take a lottery ticket, but certainly not here. So I would say way more than that. Need to ask some mathematical genius about that. Imagine there's 18 holes. There are 4 par 3s, and if you're Rahul Kanji, you can actually get a hole in one in a par 4, as you once did when you used to play in the web.com tour in the US.
Yes, that was a brilliant drive by him to make that happen. As we have a look at hole number 9, somebody has leaked it to the right hand side. So I want to know a little bit about you that you always were drawn to covering the game. What about playing? Did you
I
ever?
did play, and but of course, I won't tell you the quality of my play because the people following me in the groups or playing the next day would certainly not be happy. I would kind of, not be playing with golf clubs or most possibly playing with shovel or hose. It would leave so many divots. But jokes apart, there are times when you play, you love it. Yes, I did like it a lot. I mean, but I was never so good at it. But when you're actually writing about it, covering golf, it leaves you very little time to play actually. But also there is a chance always you get a chance to try out some of the best golf courses in the world if time permits or your travel commitments permit. I've been fortunate to play at some of the best courses in, say, in the Middle East, in Turkey. And I played a round of golf in Hawaii actually, so that was awesome.
Now we soon be going over to Snehalata, and she will tell you the on-ground proceedings soon.
Best of luck, sir. So here we are walking, and Jeev Milkha Singh is walking. He made the cut, and yes, of course, he is the host. And ये iconic moment है जहाँ पर पूरे टूर्नामेंट में बहुत सारे लोग खेल रहे हैं, and जीव मिल्खा सिंह उन्हीं के नाम पे ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट है. एंड यू कैन इमेजिन कि यहाँ के लोगों के लिए भी एक्साइटमेंट है. प्लस अब ये देखना होगा कि पिछले 6 साल में व्हेन नाउ ही इज़ लाइक मेड द कट, हाउ इट वुड बी जब टॉप 10 वो फिनिश करते हैं. होप फॉर द बेस्ट, लेट्स सी.
Back to the action. We were lucky to see the legend, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. Thinking about what his father did for sport and the nation, and that brilliant movie Bhag Milkha Bhag. I'm pretty certain one day that we'll be seeing something similar on Jeev Milkha Singh. A fantastic journey that he's had through the years. What his father endured and what he was able to achieve shows you that with perseverance, skill, determination, and sheer gut, you can make the odds turn against you, and the odds that are against you, you can use them and achieve great things. And somebody who's already achieved a few of those is Adil Bedi, young man with the weight of the world expectations. First few years that he turned professional, he won a
When you talk
tournament.
about Chief and his father, I actually used to know his father, before I got to know Chief. He was in college in the US at Abilene in US when I met his dad for the first time, which was in the early 80s. He was a chief guest at the National School Games in Jalandhar. And it was one of my earliest assignments as a journalist. I used to work for the Times of India. And on the final day, after he gave away the prizes, okay, let's see this putt, and then I'll continue.
Putt should break a little to the left for Amardeep. That's what I'm saying. That's why putting here is so difficult. That was a downhill putt. He gave it a good run, but right at the end, it sort of slowed down.
Still, for him to take that aggression there. So we're coming back to Chief's dad on the last day after the prize distribution finished. So I was told by the organizers to travel in the same car along with Jeev's father so that he would drop me off to the bus station from where I would catch a bus to come back to Delhi. And when he left Jalandhar, we actually forgot that he had to drop me to the bus station. And half an hour later, we realized that we had gone quite a distance from Jalandhar towards Chandigarh. And then suddenly he says, "Beta, koi baat nahi, tum chalo Chandigarh chalo. You stay with me tonight. Tum kal subere bus pakad lena Delhi ke liye." He was a very generous man, and he kept kind of sharing his stories with me. And over the years, we started knowing each other. I can't say we were friends because he was so senior to me, and we used to walk when Jeev used to play in Southeast Asia and even in Europe. What a wonderful was of a reservoir of stories, and his stories were actually hair raising at times. I mean, an absolute legend. And the chief says, no matter what I do, I'll never be able to achieve that kind of success what my father did. If I win a major, maybe I'll come close, but no way can I be even close to the original Milkha Singh.
But I'm certain that he's done so well to keep that family name running. It's not easy.
Absolutely.
It's not
His
easy.
mom was a national volleyball player.
Yeah, I think sport and excellence definitely runs in the genes, and obviously you know about the journey that they had, the difficult journey at the time of partition, and what all he faced his family. So it's
Hair raising.
his life is like a blockbuster movie, and it shows you in life you can either choose to yield or you can choose to thrive, and they chose to thrive, and they succeeded so well. And the good thing about him is he's so affable, always likes to have a laugh and encourages others. It's very important to
A
share the
generous
spotlight. Yeah.
host, a very generous host.
It's important to share the spotlight and help others along the way, build other champions. And he's doing so well. You can see Chandigarh is like, it's like a factory line of players right now, ball striking machines that are coming out of Chandigarh golf course. Now we have a look at Sachin, Delhi based Sachin.
That's it. Drops it in.
Another player from Chandigarh, Pukraj Singh Gill, has made an eagle on hole number 13, moves to 6 under for the tournament, and he is a proficient ball striker. He actually made a 1 on hole number 17 here at Chandigarh golf course.
Wow.
I think it was about 3 years ago. Drove the ball in the hole. So shows you
Don't
the
tell
kind
me
of.
you were there.
No, I wasn't there, but I heard about it. It's he again is just a stupendous ball striker. 310 carry off with the driver. He's actually longer. He would probably be one of the longest on tour. I think him, Abhijit Chadha, Veer Alawat, Yuvraj.
Sadhu.
Yeah, Yuvraj may be about 2 or 3 yards shorter than them, but shows you the kind of length these players possess. It's just unfathomable. And they come through 9 holes, so half of the moving day is done.
But if you still look at the leaderboard, it is so tight, apart from the fact that Jamal and Sachin seem to be.
I would like to say a little bit about the drive that Jamal hit on hole number 9. You'll see everybody is hitting a shot that moves from the left right because trouble's on the right. Nobody wants to flirt with that OB. Jamal was the only person hitting a driver and drawing it from the right. So he's taking the risk on and then able to hit that shot. Now we're also going to roll over to Chai Pe Charcha, where there'll be some interesting conversations between some noteworthy people.
Rashmapal Singh on the 11th with a Jimmy at stake. Never turn back. It lands on the green right, but a fair distance from the flag. So that car, or the beast as Shaurya calls it, is not to be his, at least for today. There's going to be one more chance for him on Sunday. We now will have a special for you, Chai Pe Charcha.
Hi, Kaka.
Hi.
How are
You're
you?
very well. Good
to
to
see
see
you.
you. Welcome.
Good to see you.
Ernst, good to see you.
Hi, God. Hi, Uttam. How are you doing?
Good, buddy.
Boys, would you like some tea?
I would love some tea. I'd love some tea. I'd
Yeah,
love
chai
some
lao,
tea.
yeah.
It's nice to be back in
Lovely.
Chandigarh.
Thank you.
Back to our hometown.
Yeah, this is where we grew up.
Especially for your tournament. I think this is fantastic. Where we grew up. Yeah, you're right. Where did we grow up? I think one driver length from here.
That's right. I still remember the time, this was I think in 1980 when I was here, when we started playing golf here, this guy, he used to come to my house and he used to come on his, pulling a small trolley with the small wheels. Auntie, is Uttam here?
Obviously, because Uttam, the superstar from Delhi, modern school, cycling team. This big guy, handsome boy had come into Chandigarh. Chandigarh didn't even know, superstars like Uttam.
I was no superstar. I just started golf, but it was fun. I mean, that's the time, I guess. We started playing serious golf from then onwards.
Uttam was a superstar for us. Always.
You always looked up to him. Don't ask me to open my mouth.
We always looked up to Uttam for many things, not only golf, other things also. His father, I don't want to get into details. His father got posted as advisor to the governor at that time. And, Uttam used to come off and on and spend about a month practice here.
Yeah, it was fun day. 1980. That's a long back.
Long back. Though Kaka and me go even further back.
School.
We are back door neighbors in Sector 7. Yes. I still remember I used to go, because auntie was a working lady and so was uncle. So I used to go to this house in the morning and tie his, tie. I didn't know how to tie my tie, exactly. So that was my job. Then put him on the bicycle in the front and then take him to school then wait for him from, when his class got over. Then I would drive him back from school. Unbelievable days. That was an interesting exchange between three old friends and three legends of golf in India: Jeev Milkha Singh, Amandeep Jol, and Uttam Singh Mundi. Uttam Singh Mundi, now the CEO of the PGTI, Jeev, the host this week, and Amandeep Jol, Asian Tour player who won quite a few times on the domestic tour and now a much acclaimed coach. So all three of them going back to their olden days, and of course more to come a little later. So they were old friends, and there's nothing like sharing a cup of tea with old friends, especially after so many years. Now, all of them past 50, but still have sharing a laugh and, of course, enjoying the Jeev Milkha Invitational presented by Take at the Chandigarh Golf Club.
Yes, and somebody who is making the most of Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational is Jamal Hussain, who's 15 under par through 9 holes, holding a 3-shot lead over Sachin Besoya. Angad Chima creeping up fast with a blistering front 9, 4 under par with a quartet of birdies. He sees himself 5 behind the leader here at hole number 10. Angachima on our screens.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Oh, almost there. Isn't that a story that we've seen so often?
Many a slip between the cup and the lip. Maybe that is why they have that phrase.
Yes, unfortunate for him that didn't quite make it all the way. A little bit of extra juice on that. We also get an update that Abhinav Lohan is absolutely tearing up the golf course on the back nine. He's made an eagle on 13 and a birdie on hole number 12, and he sees himself at 9 under for the tournament, 6 under for the day. So definitely blowing hot today is Abhinav Lohan, the man based out of Gurugram.
Let's see how this one goes for Yuvraj.
Yeah, that was
Quite.
it's not a very good stroke. I seem to have
Yeah,
get.
he seemed to know actually it didn't have much of a chance getting in there. But talking about Lohan actually getting a shot 6 under through 15 holes. He's got one more par 5 left on the 16th. On a tight leaderboard like this, couple of birdies or an eagle as Lohan. I think Lohan actually had more than a birdie there. He had an albatross. Is that right? I mean, he had a 2 on the par 5 13th. That was a massive jump.
Yes, my apologies. That was missed by me. We're not quite accustomed to seeing that. So yes,
That's not. You know what? That's probably the first albatross of the season. And
Yeah.
I think we'll have to get our stats man back, Nikhil, in the center to check that out for us. I think that's the first albatross of the season. And what a time to get it.
That reminds me of our CEO, Uttam Singh Mundi, at hole number 18 in DGC. He also had that albatross, I think, during one of those Indian Opens. So shows that the players are following his lead. And that seems to be a trunk call. Take him back in time. A lonesome
looks like-
figure.
The Sachin or Udain. It looks like a big man.
Not quite certain who that is, but we will soon find out. Like a can barely just make out a silhouette under the trees. We'll have his work cut out in order to get close from there.
Checking that book, yardage book, to decide which of the two clubs to use. Rahil, decision made.
Likes to hit his irons left to right. And with the flag pin position more towards the left, I'm not certain if this is actually a fade flag, but let's see what kind of ball flight he goes with. Seems to be standing for a draw. You can see that the shoulders are a little shut. Yeah, coming from inside, definitely hitting a draw. You can see that ball moving towards the left. That's a good shot there by Rahil. Maybe about 15 feet for his birdie there. The choice, the holes, I would think this is a fair enough chance for players to make a hole in one, about 180 yards, going with the 7 iron.
What were you talking about the odds? 1 to 100,000,
Yeah.
which in my opinion is too short. It should be much more longer odds. So
So you try to see what are the odds of. Online it says 2500 is to 1. I don't think. I think that's really wrong. As we have a look at Karan Pratap Singh, that's a good shot. Maybe about 35 feet. Flared it out a little. Says online. I don't quite believe it. 2500 is to 1. I've only had one in my life, and I'm pretty certain that I've hit more than 2500 shots on par 3. So
25,000 is more likely.
yeah, so I think the odds might be close to what I said, 100,000. You're also giving the degree of difficulty. Really likes to hit the ball high. Sit towards the left. Should not be too bad from there. Just trying to do some crude, rough math. So if I look at a professional career, if I try to see that I made one hole in one, and if I average about 100 rounds a year, so that's about 400 par threes. And we multiply, let's say that I had a good, from my junior years, let's say from the time I was 15.
Can I get you a calculator?
Till the time I was 30. So you take that average, multiply it by 15. So 1 in 6,000 from that time. So maybe the odds are actually somewhere in that vicinity. And I'm nowhere near the best of these guys. So their odds, I would say, are half of that. So let's say 3,001, what it says online. So the odds are.
Just might be right.
Yeah, so 3,000. So out of 3,000 shots for a professional golfer, one will definitely go in the
I
hole.
don't mind. If it's 6,000 for me, I don't mind taking 6,000
So,
swings.
so 1 in 3,000 is going in. So that's the odd. And so if you see there are about 50 golfers, the odds actually become 50 upon 3,000. So that is somewhere like 1 upon 60. So the chances of a hole in one on the final day, that's why you see so many hole in ones in a professional tournament. You'll always see, oh, that's a brilliant shot by Sukra Bahadur Rai.
Another example of what the PGTI Tour has done for its neighborhood. Golfer from Nepal, like Jamal from Bangladesh. We had Mithun Pereira, Anura Rohana from Sri Lanka. All these golfers have actually benefited from a very, very a thriving golf tour in India, and it's been so good for this entire region. Surely you remember that we used to have an excellent amateur tournament for the SAF countries, South Asian Federation countries, which is where I met Rahib for the first time, and I think either 98 or 99. And it was a wonderful thing. That tournament, unfortunately, it doesn't take place anymore, but it did produce a lot of good golfers or brought to the fore people like Rahil Kanji, Ashok Kumar, Simar, all these players. I met them in those tournaments and they were really fantastic. I saw Anura Rohana play, right? Lalit Kumara, who was a regular on the Indian tour from Sri Lanka. So maybe we should have more tournaments of this kind, even at amateur levels for the region. And that would mean a lot. Maybe a match play for the future between 3 or 4 countries here.
Yes, I think that's a fair suggestion. But you've seen that there has been a proliferation of golfers from adjacent countries, and it's helped deepen the tour and also make golf a lot more famous. Siddiqur Rahman in Bangladesh is a household name. He's almost like Sachin Tendulkar in India.
Oh, yes. They call him the Tiger Woods of Bangladesh. Oh, that's the big man, Mane. I know, man.
Oh, Dinmane currently sitting in at 1 under par for the tournament, 3 over for the day.
Olympian, he played for India at the Olympic Games, was virtually the last entry to get into the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Very affable guy, also a product from Vijay Devecha's school, which is where Anirban Lairi learned from. Chikka Rangappa came up from there. Excellent golfers, all of them.
I just did some rough math, and after all the calculations, there's a 2% chance of a hole in one today. That's not bad. I know
Again,
you.
there has to be something wrong.
I know you might.
Sorry.
I know you might
There
doubt
has
it.
to be something. I doubt it.
There's a 2% chance of a hole in one on today's round, but the hole is not determined. So if you go back, you see how many hole in
Fine. All right. I mean, okay, fine. So that makes it, if it's so you
out of 60 players who made the cut, there's a 2% chance of a hole in one happening today
on one of the four,
on any of the holes. Yeah,
any of the 18 holes,
any of the par
threes,
threes.
obviously. So that would become 4 divided further by 18.
So 0.5% chance of a hole in one on this particular hole. So it's a pretty low chance, but it does happen. That's why I see so many players actually drive off with those
Worth a
cards.
shot. Worth a shot. So there it is. Our players there. Jamal sitting on the top with Basoya, Chima, Lohan, and Chandrajit Yadav right behind him, and Royal Ganji just a shade further down.
Talking about hole in ones, I remember there was some on that a person playing had two in a round, and there were two partners who had a hole in one on the same hole. That was astronomical.
Freaky.
Yeah, and that's where you're actually multiplying the odds. This is where you're actually adding them.
Did you know that all the sponsors, the hole-in-one sponsors, before they put up a car or some spectacular prize like that, they always take an insurance just in case if somebody gets that hole-in-one, the company actually doesn't have to put out the entire thing, but the insurance company pays. But if there is no hole-in-one, the premium goes to the insurance company.
Just like health insurance, actually makes sense. So this is the kind of calculation, back of the hand calculations they would be doing. So if there's a 2% chance and narrow it down to 0.25, so you can well imagine. But either ways, if I'm a player, I won't be worrying about all that. I'll be just trying to get it in the hole.
Yeah, and take the car home.
Absolutely. Karthik now, ball striking machine. Plays a lot of his golf at DLF Golf Club in Gurugram, a very challenging golf course. Going to be the site for Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational in a few weeks' time, rather a month's time or so. You can see him, what seems to be on hole number 13, if I'm not too wrong.
Should be 14, I think.
Karthik is
probably 14.
This is 15, this is 15.
This is 15.
Yeah, 15, my apologies. So
yeah,
he's in good shape right there. Able to fly that corner. You do require a good hit to be able to fly that trouble on the left hand side on hole number 15 here. Hole number 15, 16, definitely long ball strikers paradise. See, another player is there in the woods as we come back to where the action is.
So it's been a good day so far. The third day for Jamal Hussain, who started with a very slender lead and is now kind of extended it, stretched it to 3 shots. And 3 shots going into the final day will be a handy lead for him as he seeks a second win in this season.
With a unique pre-shot routine, just likes to waggle it a little bit and get the feel. It's a very handsy sort of a player. See different kind of swings, many swings which are body oriented. He definitely favors, he's more of a feel player is Sachin, but also, mind you, a good ball striker nevertheless. Turning from right to left, definitely the correct shape. Oh, that's not too far. Huh? That must have looked good in the air.
On any other day, I think, if the greens are a little fast or something,
that could have rolled back in the hole.
Yes, it could have been a spin back, and given him a good birdie chance.
This hole would really favor Jamal. He likes to hit that low draw from the right hand side. It's the ideal flag for him. I suspect he would probably be going with the 6 iron. This flag at the back left plays about
So far, this hole's actually yielded quite a few birdies. I mean,
185 odd yards. Let's see how it does. Look at that. Good shot right over the flag stick.
just tipped it over just a little bit. I mean, if he kept it below that slight mark there, it might even have benefited from a few rolls backwards. But unfortunately, it wasn't. He should be happy with the par there and should keep his lead. 3. Chandrajit Yadav.
Also teeing it up towards the left hand side. So
He started off pretty well with a couple of birdies there, but he's had a bit of a stutter on the 9th and 10th with a bogey and a double bogey, which just dropped him down to 8th place in a tie for 8th.
Yeah, maybe feeling
the pressure.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the occasion's getting to him a little bit. You see that with greenhorns, the first time they get in this position, it can be a little overwhelming. Oh, he was looking good right there.
Well, there he is. Seems to have gotten over that 6 at the par 4 10th.
I think what another thing that to keep in mind when you have a prize like this, normally what you have players on a par 3, they might be looking away from the flag stick, sometimes just playing to a target like 20 feet away. But when there is a prize, they're all going for the flag. So this is something to think of. You'll see, you might end up seeing a lot more birdies and bogeys because normally players would have a certain spot. Maybe a left flag, they would hit 20 feet right. But here they're all going for it.
That's a golfer speaking. I'm a gambler. I'll go straight for the flag, straight for the car.
Let's see what Karthik can do here.
In the bunker.
Actually, I've got it really thick. Difficult bunkers here. The ball nestles down a little bit.
Deep, actually. You need to get the right elevation also so that you actually get over the face.
And bunker play is quite difficult here at Chandigarh. The ball really does nestle down between the ridges.
Is there anything about the sand that you can tell us?
Also, the way the bunkers are raked. There is a little bit of a ridge between the rakes always. The ball does nestle down, and the sand is somehow not that firm. So you see the ball does sit a little bit below the surface. So if you see anybody in a fairway bunker, you'll have a real nightmare trying to hit it close from here. So that's another reason why the players tend to leave it short, because the chance of hitting a skull is really high when the sand is not that compact. So they err on the side of caution.
To err on the side of caution, that is a safe player, and you can't blame them when they get close to the business end of a tournament. Why not?
It'll be interesting to see where Karthik lies on that order of merit. Karthik Sharma, 21 lakh from 8 events, 2 top 10. So
that's a pretty neat sum.
Yeah, that's a neat sum, but I think he definitely has a lot more potential. But don't they all? That's the funny thing,
Right.
You're
all young and they're all raring to go.
You were previously you stated.
Look at that lad, Harshjeet Sethi, such a big boy.
Yeah, he was able to. Just about is that Harry? I think that's Harry that left it short.
That's not Harshjeet.
No, that's Harinder Gupta. Yeah. Left it short. Surprising given the fact that he does play a lot of golf here. This is his home course. He's also a real success story is Harinder. Coming from humble backgrounds and then making such a great name for himself. Fantastic amateur then professional career. And to keep it going especially now that the competition...
He had quite a few wins at this golf course, if I'm not wrong. He was pretty successful on this golf course, which is where he grew up.
I think he has 8 victories. I'll have to look it up. I think overall he has 8 victories, does Harinder. So we have a look at Aman there on live feed 1. Seems to have the shades on and the hat on. It's definitely the gear for a Saturday afternoon. Maybe go fishing in that.
No golfer likes fishing. He just wouldn't want to fish for golf balls there.
So Harinder this year with the best finish of third at the Vizag Open and the Delhi NCR Open. So it's definitely in good touch. And for the recreational golfers who think that this looks easy or this looks doable, I also want to have my moment in the sun. I want to take a shot at it, spin the Russian roulette. So I would like to tell you that the Professional Golf Tour of India Q School has been announced in the month of January, and you
You
can
taking a shot at that?
yeah, I definitely would just for
With that
fun.
kind of money available?
I don't think that I'd get my hands on anyone, any amount of that money now, especially
That's
that.
modest.
My
Going
gold.
back to Harinder, he actually won twice the PGTI Players Championship in 2008 and 2012 there. And he's got a total of 5 wins. But of course, he's had more than that, in the previous years before the PGTI. So there's a lot of success Harinder has had at this golf course. You know what I've seen Harinder at the age of in his early 20s, and now I just notice that he's 39. Time flies by fast.
Absolutely. As they say, time flies by when you're having fun. They say the theory of relativity, it depends on your vantage point, what you're seeing and where you're seeing it from. When you're playing well, it seems like you don't want the time to go
Or
by.
the season to end.
Yes, but when you're struggling, it seems like every day is such a tribulation. And Aman there really left himself a tester at hole number 15. Good putt by Aman Raj. So they're saying for anyone who is a good enough player, I'm not quite sure what is the exact minimum handicap you require. I think 2. You can actually fill up the form and head over to the Professional Golf Tour of India Q School. There are multiple pre-qualifying tours, obviously, because the tour is open. There's a lot of international interest in the Professional Golf Tour of India. Multiple stages being played at Jamshedpur, oblique Tata Nagar as it's called, and give you an opportunity. I would approximate maybe about 600 to 700 players actually land up for that tournament, and then through iterative stages, the field is cut and reduced, and then eventually you have top 60 and ties who get the B card, and top 40 and ties approximately. My numbers could be a little wrong here and there, who earn their A card. So there's a lot to play for, and then the players get to compete for the entire tour. So, if you are able to get your hands on that playing card, you get to play these big money events, and maybe if you're good enough, win the Order of Merit and then head over to the DP World Tour. That historic partnership that happened about a year and a half back has allowed our professionals to compete internationally. Om Prakash Chauhan winning that on the Challenge Tour, getting that exemption, which is the secondary tour for the DP World Tour. And the DP World Tour, I would say it's probably one of the biggest tours in the world, erstwhile European tour. So
Absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic pathway. I mean, you finish on top of the PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI Order of Merit. You get into the DP World Tour. You finish in the top 10 of not otherwise exempt on the DP World Tour. You get into the PGA Tour. So it's a fantastic pathway. And apart from the fact that that it is a great Manu Gandhar's benefited a lot from it. I remember speaking, I met him at the Dunhill Links recently, and he was saying that it's been an absolutely fantastic experience, playing on different courses all over Europe, Middle East, and the Southeast. It's done him a world of good. He says he may not have won this year or not, notched up any top 5s or top 10s, but he says he's a better golfer. And more than that, I think that is a big step forward going into a young man's career. And this year, next year, 2024, Om Prakash Chauhan could have a similar chance to kind of completely change his life and become, get onto the upper echelons of the golfing world.
Yeah, and I feel a player like Om Prakash Chauhan can really thrive in those conditions. He's a good ball striker. One thing, if you've seen, that sets him apart.
He's very steady.
He's in a groove. As far as ball strikers goes, he's very consistent and he's very pure the way he strikes the ball. And that's the kind of player. And he's not short either. He's able to hit the drive about 285. He carries it in the air. So by European standard, he's just about medium length and he's devastating with the irons. He's a player. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, I think he should meet, say, someone like SSP before he, moves to Europe next year, because SSP would actually be able to give him a perfect, kind of an overview of which are the courses that he should actually go for, because there's so many tournaments all over Europe and Middle East that he needs to have a planned calendar and actually get onto the courses that would actually suit his game. And SSP would be in a perfect position to advise him on that. He goes to those courses, does well, and keeps moving up the ladder.
But I think we missed one very important point, sir. We jumped the gun. What about the rest of the field? It's not wrapped yet. He does have a big lead, but Om Prakash.
Well, the same holds for everyone.
Omi, please don't be hearing us right now. You still have a lot of work if you are to.
Well, Aman Raj would love to do that. Aman Raj is similar. I mean, short in height like me, but of course, extremely talented, far more talented than I ever will be. And Aman is, again, as I said, OP, Aman, these are all great guys to be with. I think the PGTI has succeeded in creating a family atmosphere out there. All of them actually get along so well. And I think with so much more money to play with, friendliness, etc., I think it's awesome to be on the tour.
Absolutely. And this hole number 17 does provide an awesome birdie opportunity as well. One of those shorter holes, and the longer hitters can maybe get to in and around the green. We do know that Pukhraj made an albatross here during a casual round. So it's a hole that is reachable for the longer hitters, depending on the prevailing wind conditions, and not really any impediments, like there's no water body or anything. So for a player, they can just hit a left, right fade, get close to the green. So definite birdie hole number 17. Then the 18th, for somebody who can work the drive left to right, they would get nothing more than a pitching wedge or a sand wedge at most. So these last two holes are definite birdie holes. The 16th, for the longer hitters, they can get there, and two for the medium hitters, lay up and probably have about 40 odd yards. So it's a good finishing stretch. It definitely has a sort of a cliffhanger feel to it. On the final day, you could either be the victor or the vanquished, depending how you handle the last three. It's like it's akin to the bear trap, a little easier. Does have a lot of opportunities, nevertheless.
Shaurya, taking off from what you just said, while Jamal is in a great position and OP is in a great position to pick up the order of merit, it's never over till it's over. And, there may be 3 shots between Jamal and Sachin Basoya at this stage, but a packed leaderboard also means a lot of opportunities for those right below them. And here it is. We have just about, say, even though Jamal is at 15 under, between number 3, that is Abhinav Lohan and Ankar, tied for 9 under for the 3rd place, and those tied at 7 under in the tied 9th place. There's a lot to play for. Any one of them, with a couple of birdies, can actually move up. And of course, with a little help from the top 2 or 3 people, if they drop a shot, you suddenly have a 2-shot or even a 3-shot swing. And that is what they're all looking for.
Absolutely. As we have a look at another missed putt and live feed too, that was just about wearing off on hole number 18 for Shankar Das.
That's another great guy, from Calcutta, from the eastern part of the country. I mean, a wonderful guy. He's had some great seasons on the PGTI. A lot of success again for him. In the last few years, he's kind of tapered off just a little bit. But I would say again, never a guy who you should never kind of overlook. He's had a lot of wins in his career. 40 years of age. He's been a professional for more than 2 decades, and that's a huge amount. And he has gathered a lot of experience in that period. Coming back to Shankar Das, he's not had a win for some time now. His last win was in Kensville in 2017 at the Kensville Open 2017 presented by PGTI. So I'm sure he's looking to end that drought. It's been 6 years, a little over 6 years. So there's actually a lot of good experienced hands along with amazing number of emerging stars. So I think that gives the PGTI, the Tata Steel PGTI Tour, a perfect blend, of youth and experience.
Yes, but we're seeing that youth is definitely taking over. Experiences having to really, clutch at their coattails, so as to speak. It's very difficult now with the youth, the distance they're hitting it, and they've taken the game so seriously. I'm seeing a lot of the experienced hands are finding it difficult to keep their cards, and but that's just how it is. I guess that's Darwin's theory of evolution. It becomes difficult, and everybody who adapts can survive.
But it's the hardy ones that survive, and sometimes they make the difference.
Gaurav Pratap Singh on our screens, what appears to be hole number 15. That's a brilliant shot. Not quite certain if that's his second shot. That's too far out to be his second shot. Seems like he's chipped out from somewhere. So looking at the order of merit, and the tournaments that are remaining, we spoke recently about, just 1 second. Just load up the tournament screen. So we have a total of
5 events left.
5 events remaining, and
a couple of them are big money.
So the tour championship would offer about 45 or 46 lakh to the winner. There's nobody else now because
because he has double of Sachin's earnings right now, more than double actually.
A season-ending tournament would be worth 45, so that's a big opportunity. But you see, his lead currently is just looks insurmountable as we speak.
Looks not, because I can't imagine OP actually relenting, because he would be there in the top 60 to qualify for the tour championships. So which means he will be very much in there.
Karan Pratap on hole number 15, a very difficult hole, this hole number 15 for all of you watching. It's a dog leg towards the left, and there's a little area on the left hand side that you need to carry, unplayable area, sort of a water pump there, and that's about a 290 carry. So the longer hitters would hit driver right over the left hand side, and the medium hitters would probably hit a 3-wood off the tee and then get somewhat of a 5-iron and a very narrow shoot that you need to hit your 3-wood in. So a very difficult, challenging hole. As we look at hole number 15, let's also go through some of the scores. Jamal still maintaining his 3-shot lead. Sachin Bissoy in second position. Abhinav Lohan, kind courtesy that Albatross is at 9 under alongside Angad Chima. Then you have Tapi Ghai, Rahil Ganji, Karan Pratap Singh, Chandrajit Yadav. And some of the noteworthy names: Pawan Kumar 4 under par, Gaurav Pratap Singh, who we saw recently on our screen, at 2 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu 1 over par, 5 under for the tournament. Rohan Dhole Patil on our screens, currently at 3 over and 1 under for the tournament. Won't quite make that putt. Mari Muthu are a level par for the day, and had a pentacle bogey on his starting hole, mind you, the 10th hole. I think that he would have started off the back nine. So he started with a 9. I mean, that's a Frankenstein nightmare, and then some.
Quintuple, isn't that the word call it? Quintuple bogey? A quadruple and a quintuple, and no golfer would like to hear the sound of it.
Yeah, that's. But he reeled off 3 birdies. After that, that shows you that he's.
And picked another 2 on the second 9 too.
Yeah, shows you that he's definitely made of sterner stuff. But that is a gut punch. You
5 over on the first hole, and then to be 1 under for the day. Oh well, almost, is it?
He's level par for
Level
the day.
par for the day, fantastic.
Because again, he is one of those really long, strong hitters. But nevertheless, you start with a 9. I don't know how do you recover from that. And the only the only way that Gaur Pratap Singh, look at that, another miss from short distance. He had a good approach shot, but didn't quite make the most of it. Coming back to what I was saying, maybe on hole number 10, it's not that difficult to make that score. You hit 2 shots in the out of bound. If you not, sometimes you need to have the correct club selection
and a bit of luck.
Yes, and he's you can't yield to your machismo, especially for long. For longer hitters, they are aggressive, and I know that Mari Matthew is one that definitely throws caution to the wind, and that's the reason he made 3 birdies also on the trot. So, you live by the sword. Sometimes you have to die by it as well. So, currently he's made a fantastic recovery and is at 1 under for the tournament, level par for the day. Below him is Dipankar Kaushal, and he is level par for the day, 1 under for the tournament. We'll again be turning our screens away from the golf and take you to Chai Pe Charcha Part 2.
Do you remember that when we had a managers meeting with Manjeet Singh's room, he decided to stay back in the room.
My back was hurt.
And lo and behold, we see him walking downstairs in the garden, and Manjeet say, "Hello, wo kaun hai?"
That was the trip where Manjeet Singh rechristened his name to Milkshake Singh. Yeah, that's right. From Milkha Singh to Milkshake Singh. Because Jeev would order a milkshake every time. That's right. Oh boy, and remember the Eisenhower trip we had to Sweden? Wow, what a trip. He wasn't there at Sweden. Okay. It was Bani Lakshman, Rajiv Mota, both gold medalists of the 82, and Jeev and me. Yeah. I think Jeev, Kaka and me, we call him Kaka. Oh. I think we had so many trips together. Oh my God. Right from juniors, because our age group was that we did Korea. Yes. We did for the Asian juniors in Philippines. Yeah. My goodness, how many trips! And Doug Sanders. Actually, that trip was the one which changed your life. Yeah. And if it wasn't for Milkha uncle, we wouldn't have gone on that trip because the Australian embassy wasn't even giving us a visa. Yeah. Mr. K.C. Singh, who later became ambassador.
You guys always had trouble with your visas, man.
We had so much of trouble, but luckily because of his father's name, we got through every time. Whether it was a sports ministry or the moment he say Chiranjeev Milkha Singh, Allah ji, doors would open and there we go.
Yeah, easy.
Wherever we stayed. Even when we went to embassies, Uttam, I promise you, because in those days there were only $20 given. Yeah. So we would go to the embassy. I would put it on my passport that we have run out of money, and they would lend us some money.
And you get that clear.
And why would they lend it to somebody like me? I would say, we are part of the Asian team, and Jeev Milkha Singh is also. Oh, okay, Milkha Singh ka beta bhi hai. Chalo ji, le jao. Koi baat nahi. And then we had to come back and return that money. So they would write it on our passport, and then cancel it, and we had to give the money back in the passport office hearing. Yeah. So amazing times. Yeah.
So that was an interesting conversation where the 3 friends, the 3 musketeers, so to speak, all of them reminiscing on golden days of junior and amateur golf. And there's a lot to hear for our viewers.
I must tell you, all these 3 guys, I have spent a lot of time with all of them. I have traveled a fair bit with each of them on the international tours. They were absolutely fantastic guys. They have a fund of stories. And I would probably have a few stories with each one of them. And that they have maintained their friendships and stayed together for so long is actually what golf gives you.
Yes, and look at hole number 12. These are some long drives here. Uh, Hole number 12, the par 4 again, dog like right. Somebody like Abhijit Chadda would be really cutting that corner. Shows he just have maybe about 60 yards to that flag. Brilliant ball striker is Abhijit. Rahil as well, hitting a long drive. Oh, he hold it. We seem to have missed that. There's a bunch of high fives going on there. I think Abhijit has made a deuce.
Wow, so that's quite a few things. I mean, there is Lohan with a 2 out there, and this has Chadda done something amazing.
Yes.
He's got a 2 on the par 4 12.
Fantastic. That's what shows you that that's how you bounce back from mistakes. He had made that bogey on hole number 10, and that's no one, but he won't mind that now. Look at that. That's a brilliant eagle. And that's a difficult flag pin position today.
There is a big wave there.
Pitching it about an inch short and right in the hole. Fantastic. That's how you make the most of length of the tee. You leave the putter in the bag.
Never do that. Don't break your putter. Do you think you can carry off those mustard pants?
Well, I mean, maybe at one point I could. Now I think we'll have to mellow down and wear more subtle colors.
I just bought a pair of mustard color shoes.
Look at that chip shot. Is that going to follow suit? What a fantastic chip shot by Rahul. And that's not easy, mind you. That's a very difficult angle where he's coming from hardly any green. Shows you that with so much international golf under his belt, he sure
He's
knows.
actually got a great short game too. I mean, if he could get that together, I mean, his results would be awfully, it would be even better.
That was a very difficult shot and fantastic execution there by Rahul. Saqib now on hole number 18. We saw this putt being missed to the right hand side by Shankar Das. Let's see if he's able to nail this down. I think
push it to the right a bit. I just thought I saw a jerk there. I don't know. Did you?
I'm pretty certain that that might not be the case because this again you feel that it's not going to break that much because the water is on the left hand side from where you're putting. So that's why Shankar missed it on the lower side, even Saqib. So it's those times when you're not sure, you're tentative and the ball rolls away. So anytime you're tentative on greeny greens, the green will take over. So that is what's happening to these players. Unless they're sure, they're not going to make those putts. To keep in position here as well. Right next to the water. And if you're in the rough, if you're in the fairway, then the water is not much in play. But if you're in the rough, it's very difficult here on this hole. Lohan to cap that brilliant round. I also got news that Pukraj Singh has finished with a round of 6 under par. He's really had a brilliant day out here at Chandigarh Golf Course and finishes in the clubhouse at 9 under par, pretty much in the thick of things. It's quite the effort by Pukraj.
6 under, closing the day with 3 birdies, 16 to 18. And of course, an eagle on 13. So great round there by Gill.
First look at Cullen. A winner a few years ago, the Panasonic Open at Delhi Golf Course. I think maybe 3 or 4 years now. Time does fly by. Another one of those young ball striking machines. He does carry that
He
drive.
used to be a regular roommate for Shubhankar Sharma when they used to travel together in Asia. Great friends.
Hole number 15, Amardeep Malik. Good drive. That's a big drive by Amar there. There's a perceptible pause on the top of the swing. King on his tempo. Not quite sure where that has gone.
Certainly not on the screen there. But I hope he's not in trouble there. We're now at the business end of the tournament. Third day, the moving day, some interesting moves up. The day's best card actually having come from Pukrat Singh Gill, 6 under for the day. And he's moved up to 9 under, currently tied 4th. But of course, still a lot of golf to come. Abhinav Lohan has played just 15 holes and he's also 6 under. Earlier, Kshitij Navid Kaul finished with a bogey-free 6 under and moved into the top 10 after 70 and 73 on the first 2 days. 66 on the third, truly a moving day for young Kshitij. A lot of good scores today. So we've got 2 golfers who've already finished at 6 under, a third one lying at 6 under with a few more holes to go, and a few 4 unders also. There was 4 under from Pawan Kumar, and Jamal and Angad Chima are also 4 under with a few more to go. Aman Raj on the right screen there. The closest rival to OP Chauhan on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour Order of Merit. Another man with a lot of big dreams, wants to play in Europe, wants to go further, has the game, needs a chance or two and a bit of luck too. It's not been an easy day for Aman. 2 over through 15. While we're looking at this, Matric youngsters, Jeev Milkha Singh has finished the day with a par round. Stays at 2 under. Made the cut for the first time in his own tournament in 6 years. Lying 36th right now. Could move up actually over the next day or so. Karthik Sharma on the right screen, feed 2. On the fringe. Our two leaders have both been bogey free today. So Jamal's got 4 birdies and Sachin 2. Amidst all these stories of up and down, the story of the day, even though he has had a bit of a shocker, a snowman 8 on the par 5 7, he still managed to fight back very, very well with an eagle 2 on par 4 12 and a birdie on the par 5 13th. Despite that 8, he is 2 under for the day and tied for the third place, Abhijit Singh Chadda, along with Angad Chima. They're both 10 under, just 2 shots shy of the second place Sachin, but 5 behind Jamal. There's still a lot of golf to come.
It's been a fascinating day of golf thus far here at Chandigarh Golf Course. The tournament really living up to its reputation. Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023, the 6th edition. And the first time that our host has been around
Another
playing.
nice round by him, 72.
Yeah, he's playing really well. It shows you how he's also performing in Europe in the senior championships and so on and so forth.
And he also plays off and on the regular tour.
Yes.
In Asia.
He's a very strong player still. And, coming to that point, I'd like to discuss with you. I always thought that if you see the big three of Indian golf, Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa, Jeev Milkha Singh, these are the three players, 90s, early 2000s, who were just dominating in Europe and, so on and so forth, and even 2010 decade. And they were three players who were physical. They were specimens, if you look at them. They were above 6 feet tall, long hitters, and they really dominated. They were able to play in Europe. That had a role. Their fitness definitely had a role.
Certainly, I mean, fitness, and of course, I would say even more fitness, more than fitness, it was their mental strength. They had the belief that they could win, that they could do the best against the best. And I think which is what carried both Jeev and Arjun to the highest levels, both in Europe and Asia. Jyoti actually never won in Europe, but he did win in Japan, apart from, of course, Asia. All three of them were number ones in Asia at some point. They won the Order of Merits, and between them, they won a bunch of titles across. Jeev, of course, had multiple cards across the globe. Arjun decided and, of course, successfully moved on to the PGA Tour, and today remains as the only Indian to have won there. So I think between the three of them, they have been the leading lights and truly the big three of Indian golf.
Yes, there are many others as well. I'm sure that Rahil, Shiv, and so many others who've done well.
Kakatir, Puller, Anirban, Lahiri.
Yeah, these are the newer generation, but I feel that they definitely led the path. And
Yes, without doubt.
And somebody who is currently leading is Jamal Hussain, leading from the front, not letting up, 15 under. And in close pursuit is Sachin Bisoya, while we have a look at Karthik on our screens. Karthik also hailing from a defense family. I think that does provide a lot of help as far as growing up and getting access to facilities. Making that putt well done on hole number 17. It will be interesting to see what club he chooses on hole number 18. For the left-handed player, it's a totally opposite golf shot. Needs to hit a draw.
That's a nice set of colors, red and mustard.
Yes. We always see that Sukra likes to wear that burgundy sort of color on the penultimate day. I think a lot of players are very superstitious. They also have their own routines in terms of what
All
they will do.
again, through, kind of a gift of Tiger Woods.
Yes.
His red shirt on the final day.
Yes, if only it was the clothing. I think all of us somehow on the final 2 days always end up wearing red in one or the other combination. And for those of you who are joining us here at ABP Network, we'd like to tell you that we are live from Chandigarh Golf Course for the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023, presented by Take Sports. Leading this tournament is Jamal Hussain, being followed by Sachin Besoya at 12 under par. And we had the cut applied at even par after 2 days. And it's been a very interesting week thus far, with a total of 58 players making the cut. The last golfer currently who made the cut is Chinnaswamy Maniappa, the Indian Open champion, former Indian Open champion, at 4 over par for the tournament. An Indian Open champion to an Olympic player, Udyan Mane. Hold number 18. It'll be interesting to see how he executes this putt. We've seen it missed from the other side. He's a little bit more towards the right-hand side of the other players who missed it right. So the ball wouldn't break as much for him. Slightly easier putt for Udyan. I look for this to go in. I don't think he'll miss it on the lower side. Yes, good putt.
He's not failed you.
Good putt by Udyan there.
During COVID, he has had a very interesting routine of training back in his own backyard. He had a net put up there and a huge bed sheet, to drive into it and keep the ball within there. So all these guys during COVID made such adjustments to their practice routines, but kept going.
Yeah, I saw even Adil. I remember I saw a couple of videos by him. He had that bed sheet with, in fact, even some pillows mounted up and some sort of concoction that he had to, a mattress. I remember, if I'm not wrong. Obviously, we had to make the most of it. That was a difficult time indeed for sports persons, not just golfers.
Oh yes.
Sukra again missing it on the right. So this putt, if you don't commit to it, you're not going to hold it. You see, the players have found it very difficult to putt here. They missed a lot of putts. Normally, see that professionals from inside 3 feet, they drop a lot more putts than they miss. But here, it's the other way around. Sudhir Sharma, based out of Gautam Budh Nagar.
He had a hole in one, but not the right hole.
Well, such is life. After this week, the tour goes on a little bit of a hiatus for Diwali. Then the action resumes at the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2023, being played at Digboy Golf Links, Digboy. Post that, you have the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2023, being played at DLF Golf and Country Club.
That's got a huge prize purse there.
Yes, that's definitely one where players who are vying for moving up in their rankings, especially the ones challenging for numero uno position or those trying to get into the season ender and secure their card. This is so pivotal to perform in those big events. And being a former player, I understand that if you don't get it right in the big events, you can play good small events, but it doesn't quite make the same dent. So you have to perform in the right big events, make a cut, and you get a sizable check. So,
Can you imagine a 2 crore or 3 crore event? One single win can change it all.
Yes, and then you move on to Kolkata, for the SSP Chaurasia Invitational, then again presented by Take Sports. So shows you they have their presence all over. And then the Jaipur Open at Rambagh Golf Club mid-December. And then finally, capping it off in style will be the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2023 being played at the Golmuri and Beldi Golf Course, Jamshedpur. A unique format, 9 holes played across 2 golf courses in the first 2 days, and then the final days.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Shot. He'll have to bring out his inner Phil Mickelson. Oh, that's something that impeded his backswing, got disturbed. This shot is again that it requires commitment. Cannot be in any doubt when you're pulling this off. To pick up the club from the outside and accelerate as well. Seems set up for a nice high shot. Let's see how he has executed it. And that's, that is just brilliant. Breathtaking shot by Yuvraj. Fantastic. He's got the touch of a surgeon and the power of a blacksmith.
Wow, that's some phrase. That's some high praise, Shale.
I'm just stating the facts. This guy has it all. Around the greens, you normally don't see long hitters with that deft touch. That was a very difficult shot, sir. Coming out of that rough, ball nestled down and still having to accelerate. Look at that once again. The ball is a little. Look at that. Having that club face open.
He got it just right.
That is very difficult. That takes a lot of practice. I know this guy puts in a lot of work on the range, and that's paying off.
Rashvapal Singh has been to all parts of the golf course that he would rather not see.
Yes, he's definitely not one who is going from point A to point B using the shortest route. He's taking the scenic route.
Yet he's made some ground on the back nine, After giving away all those bogeys on the front nine, he's made some ground with the birdies on the 12th and 13th. Right now, that's a difficult one.
That's really well done from behind the tree and engaging all that rough. I think that's a good shot. We'll have an outside shot at par. Should be able to make his bogey. On these narrow greens, if you miss them on either side, it's very difficult to make you up and down. Ideally, you'd want to miss them short. But, as they say, beggars can't be choosers. If you miss the green, an errant shot has a mind of its own. So I think all in all, Brashapar has done well from there. He was aggressive, which was the requirement. Otherwise, he would have left it short and then have to contend with another chip and putt. Again, one of that new breed of golfers. All of them hitting at 300 yards. Yeah, I was just thinking, you would have seen golf all over the globe. South America, North America. I've been following your journeys, and I think you're so well traveled. Is there anywhere left in the world, sir, that you have not yet covered an event?
Yeah, Kiribati, New Caledonia, Papua New Guinea, Nauru.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you have any events in PNG and.
He's actually got a Papua New Guinea Open. I just met a friend of mine who lives in New Zealand, and he spends a lot of time on the Oscillation Tour and he's at Papua New Guinea. He's got a lovely golf course, and he's just come back from the Papua New Guinea Open. So of course, I didn't know a single player who plays there. I mean, of course, they're all professionals on the tour down under, but I'd love to see their places. I went to Fiji and lovely courses out there, Fiji, Mauritius, Hawaii. I actually played on a Nick Faldo course in Hawaii. It was awesome. And one of the areas where you shouldn't be hitting was rough. It wasn't exactly rough. It was an area covered with volcanic stones, and there were black stones and there were white golf balls dotting all over because everyone was afraid of getting onto those areas to pick up the golf ball because if you slipped, oh, you could injure yourself really bad. Sharp stones, big crevices.
And that's how you want a rough to be lined with. So ensure that you don't go there. As we have a look at Angad here with what appears to be hole number 17, and Karthik, not quite sure which hole he's on. First Angad now going for his birdie on hole number 17. Ran it by a fair distance. Karthik may be playing his final hole. Yes, Karthik on hole number 18. Again, a similar tail. Ball staying short. Karthik Sharma currently at even par for the day, making an eagle on hole number 13. Hole number 13 has seen 3 eagles today. It's rare that you have so many eagles. There's been an eagle on hole number 2 as well, but Divyansh Bajaj, the golfer from Kolkata. Eagle on hole number 12 by Abhijit Singh Chadda.
That was an eagle too.
Yes. And I think we've had a correction. It showed us that Abhinav Lohan actually had a 2, but I think that's been corrected. He had a birdie on hole number 13. It wasn't an albatross. It's an error on the side of the scoring update, which can happen in real time. As long as you submit a correct score, that's fine. The rules of golf state that the moment you leave the scoring area and if you submitted a lower score than what you actually had, you get disqualified. And the funny thing about golf is not just the total. If on a particular hole, let's say you've had a 5 and you ride a 4, and the next hole you had a 6 and you ride a 10, it doesn't matter. So even on any particular hole, if your total score is below what it was, you're disqualified, even if your total score matches. So
strict rules there.
So that's why you see that after a round is done, players do take the time to check everything. Otherwise, the entire effort is gone down the drain. I remember something similar happened to SSP Chaurasia when he was leading a tournament and
Taiwan.
By mistake, sometimes you casually just fill it and go. Or you can be exasperated if the 18th hole hasn't gone your
He was
way.
actually leading by, I think, about 3 shots or something like that. And he was in a pretty good position to win. But as SSP said, I mean, that was a very, very painful lesson he learned. And after that, he would always pay attention to the scorecard for a few minutes before he submitted it.
Yes, so back to the action. You see that peculiar way of reading a line. Aim point where the person actually sees the line by gauging the slope.
That's Rohan Olpatil.
Sometime a golfer feeding the line actually looks like an animal stalking its prey, really going around the hole and trying to see which way the ball is going to break. A few changes in the rules of golf. You can't quite use slope measuring impediments anymore. Earlier, you'd implements. My apologies. Earlier, you were allowed such devices, and also the caddy can't align you now anymore. If he does, he has to move away. So those things have made the game a little difficult. I remember a lot of players were accustomed to the caddies lining them up. They should break a little to his left now. Yes, gingerly there.
That's Rohan Olpatil on the feed one.
Ron cleaning up there, and as we have a look at hole number 15. An update, Jamal has joined the party on hole number 13. Not one to be left behind. He's made his own birdie there as well, and Sachin Bisoya as well. Abhijit Singh Chadha has followed his deuce with a birdie. So the difference remains the same. The leader Jamal moves to 16 under par. We were thinking that 15 might be the score, but it looks like maybe 20.
Jamal is bent on proving you and me wrong.
Yes, might be that 20 might even get breached by the way that they're going, as we have a look at Karan Pratap Singh on
I think both Jamal and Sachin have had a good day, except that Jamal has had a better day. I mean, at 5 under, and he still has a few more. As it's absolutely fantastic golf. I mean, he's played top quality. I mean, he made very few mistakes. I think the closest that he came to dropping a shot was on the first, and he made a great par there from almost 15 to 17 feet. And after that, he's had birdies on the second, fifth, sixth, seventh, and the 13th. So 5 under for the day, moving from 11 under at the start to 16 under, and he's extended his lead to 3 shots.
So you had another update. Jamal, Sachin, both of them dropping a shot on the par 3 14th. 14th, rather innocuous looking par 3, to be honest. I'm rather surprised that they dropped a shot.
Missed the green, pay the penalty.
Yeah, it's a 6-iron at most for these players, and a fairly wide berth as far as a target is concerned. And Abhijit Chadha made par, so he would remain at 10, 5 adrift of Jamal. Sachin would be at 12. And lower down, as we look, there are a lot of red numbers today. Seems that the lack of wind has made it easy on these players. All of them in deep red numbers. Pawan Kumar 4 under, 6 under for the tournament. And the round of the day, definitely Pukrat Singh Gill, 6 under par for the day. And Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, 4 under par for the day. Then you have Shamim Khan, the erstwhile number 1 and the highest money earner on the professional golf tour ever, at 3 under par for the day, 5 under, looking to add to that tally. Then you have a trio, Harsh Gangwar, M. Dharma, Ranjit Singh, all of them reeling off around the 2 under par. Ranjit Singh, a veteran golfer, from Chandigarh Golf Course as we have a look at Karan on hole number 15.
He's looking ominous. He's not dropped any shots so far. Let this not be a commentator's jinx. I mean, he's 3 under for the day and he's making a neat move up. Rahil Ganji out there with Abhijit Chanda. Chanda just off the green. Decided to go for the putter. It's got it out smoothly there, but to the right. Tried to hit it straight, didn't play for the break, then it veered off. The early part of the fringe actually making the difference. This is the second last group, which teed off early, played just before 9 o'clock. Karan Pratap Singh. Got the right lip, but didn't turn in. Kept going straight, just a few millimeters away. Tap in there. Not happy about that. See? It seems to be going, but ever so slightly. Got the lip, but didn't drop. Karan could have done with that shot. Rahil. That's in the heart. Happy with it? Walking off for the birdie. Abhijit here now. No problems.
Back to the action. Here at hole number 15, we see the leader group striding down. Seems like they've already hit their approach shots on this treacherous 15th hole.
There's been a couple of doubles out there from Angad and Karan Pratap Singh on this.
Yeah, it's a very difficult hole, is hole number 15. You would see birdies are few and far between. Seen Rahil made a birdie here, and apart from that, Divyanshu Bajaj making birdie and Rohit Basoya making a birdie on this hole. So only 3 birdies from the entire field, and a lot of bogeys and worse. Amardeep Malik at hole number 17. Seems like he would have hit a driver off the tee trying to get it on or near the green, but might have miscued it a touch.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Tough to keep it there, but he's managed now. He had very little room to play with.
Jamal still leads the pack by 3 shots. He's played really well on this third day. It's been a low scoring day, and that makes it pretty difficult for the leader, especially when you see that the players around you making a lot of birdies, and to keep your lead, you can't just have a regular day. You have to engage all your resources and deliver. And he's done that excellently with the 4 under par. So it just shows you how difficult it's going to be for anyone to win this tournament.
He seemed to be having a pretty bogey-free round for the first 13 before he dropped a shot on the 14. So that actually means that none of the players in the top 10 are bogey-free.
As we look at Amardeep Malik, also on our view, not quite certain that's Sachin Biswaya, but he's on hole number 16. So he's missed his approach to the right of this green, and he's left shot. That's a very difficult shot for him. Not quite sure where that has ended up. Some of these holes, if you can navigate, then you do well. Difficult holes like the 10th, the 16th, my apologies, 10th, the 15th. They pose a unique set of challenges. Adil Bedi on hole number 17 at live feed 1. Jamal with what appears to be his third shot. This is where he really makes his living. He's so much better than the other players from off the green, especially with these sort of scruffy lies. He has those magical hands, which this time betrayed him.
He still has a chance to get his par.
Yeah, but not as good as he would have expected. But you see that he's able to manipulate the club head so well. He just pitched it on. A totally different technique as was employed by Yuvraj. You saw so much more conventional under the ball. Here you see a lot of club head manipulation being done by Jamal at the time of impact, and that's why the ball rolled a lot more than it normally would have. He is a short game connoisseur of sorts, but has his own technique.
Yeah, but many of these Bangladesh players who've actually grown up on the Kurbitola Golf Club, they tend to have better short games, because that course, extracts a severe penalty, if you miss the fairways, etc. So it's better to be short but more accurate, and then try to get your scoring on the short game.
It's a beautiful golf course, though, I'll
Oh,
tell you. It's a fantastic golf course, very nice conditions, and a joy to play at. And I've visited it, I think, one or two times. I don't quite recollect, but it's a very nice golf course to play a pro tournament on. The greens are fantastic.
Oh, yes. It's maintained by the army, and most of the people out there are like regular golfers. I mean, it's actually quite a busy golf course because it's probably the best one in Dhaka by far. And I mean, it's not easy to get a tee time, they tell me, but at the same time, it's produced some of the best golfers that Bangladesh has had.
Yeah, Siddiqur Rahman, looking for Jamal, is definitely taking the mantle, it seems. Siddiqur had a lot of success on the Asian Tour as well. So.
Yes, he won the Indian Open.
Yeah, so Siddiqur, obviously.
2013.
Siddiqur has a lot of success and on the Asian Tour.
He loved the Delhi Golf Club, where he was a permanent fixture in the top 5 all the time.
Yeah, some of that has waned off over the years. He's
Yes,
not
he's actually also, I mean, that's also age catching up, and he's had a few injuries. Oh boy, that stopped right at the lip there.
That's a familiar tale.
Sachin has actually had quite a few chances which have not been converted. I mean, he's played better golf than what his scorecard might suggest today. He's 2 under, but I think he's played far better than that score.
Yeah, it's Potter has not really acquiesced all the time. There's been a few misses and left it short, but I think anytime you're in red numbers, you can't really complain.
It's 2 under.
Especially on a golf course like Chandigarh. I'm quite flirt with trying to get it on the green all the way. Yeah, it's just about chipping it out there.
Meanwhile, sure, there's been a bit of a kind of a change on the leaderboard. Jamal dropped another shot on the 15th, but for him, Sachin got no closer, but actually he got farther away. He dropped a double bogey. So now Jamal is 14 under, and Sachin has dropped to 10 under in a tie for second, along with Abhijit Chadha and Ganji, who actually picked up a birdie on the 15th. So he's made pretty good, move up.
This is hole 20, not 18. A slight correction. Had hit his drive, which is actually not too bad, but unfortunate for him that he didn't quite have a short brusher pal there. Hitting a good approach shot. And with a fairly straightforward shot, probably the easiest of the lot. A lot of green to work with here at 70. Uphill chip shot, which will break a little bit to his left right towards the end. And given his proficiency with the short game, I think should not be too difficult for him to get it within 10 feet. The left a little short, it seems.
It's not on the green, but on the green.
Angad Chiva. If that's in the fairway, then that's not too difficult, but being in the rough, you'd have to still get under that ball in order to get any spin on it. And that comes up short. So the easiest.
It's really short. I mean, he's obviously had some. He didn't get his club on there.
Actually, the pin position where it is and where he's placed, he would have been trying to get.
Exactly. That's what I thought. I mean, he was trying to be cute there, trying to kind of, stop it in the edge, between the fringe and the pin. There's too much there area to drop it in.
Hindsight is something. It's always 20/20 vision, but the golfer doesn't have that option.
To be a commentator than a golfer.
Yeah, if you're playing there, sometimes it's better to take your medicine, maybe get to about 15 feet and try to make par, especially with where you're short-sighted yourself. There's a bunker, there's not much green, you're in the rough, and you sort of compound the air on feed one. Now, Angad's fourth shot is not that easy either because he has duffed it, and I would have said a little. correct.
Despite that until today and tied second. It was a story.
Shots over the trio or Abhijit, Sachin, Rahil. Lower down we have Pukhraj Gill. In fiction, kind of is 6 on today.
Rahil's done a great job today. I mean, he had an early bogey on the third after a birdie on second, but after that he's had back gains on both sides and then 14 and 15. So he's made up a lot of ground for the day so far. He's moved to 10 under and into tied second place. That should be a good result for Rahil and a big booster ahead of
And
the closing events on the season.
in other news, Om Prakash Chauhan has of many birdies. It's in bogeys par for the day. Wonderful. Shows not interest hanging around. He wants to contend. And
You know now why he's the champion.
Absolutely, it's
Another birdie or two, and he could be sniffing at top 10.
But I also want to draw some attention to how competitive the tour is. He's the order of merit leader. He made the cut on the number. Imagine if he had missed one putt, he would have missed the cut. And now with his 5 under par, he's in 19th position. So shows you that it's very important first 2 days, just somehow get yourself in the weekend rounds. Because they say if you don't buy the ticket, you don't win the raffle. So
you can't win the tournament on the first 2 days, but you can lose it.
So he's exemplified that. He's 5 under. He has 3 holes to play. Maybe he ends up at 6 under par. And you never know. He's only 5 shots behind the second position. So he's wanting to consolidate that position on top.
If he gets there, then they might as well give him. They might as well give him a ticket to Europe.
It's quite something to play for. I think there's so much more motivation. Obviously, every generation has its own changes.
It's a massive incentive for these players to get there, because with the new assurance earnings assurance scheme, whereby each of these players are assured of a certain amount of $150,000, regardless of where you finish.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
What happens is, according to the partnership between the PGTI and the DP World Tour, the order of gets to tour, the DP World Tour, there is an earnings assurance scheme whereby a player who doesn't make $150,000 at the end of the season gets it topped to 150. So if you make 120, they top it by another 30 to make it 150,000 goal. That's the big carrot for all of them. And I believe there's also going to be some kind of an earnings assurance scheme for people getting onto the Challenge Tour. And with 2 Challenge Tour events in India, that's again a huge incentive. So the partnership between the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and GTI actually a lot of good news, a lot of fortune for the young players, which is why it is sometimes, even more maybe better to hang on, play at home, make the money, and then try to get on tour.
Yeah, the communities. You have Malik on DP World. I believe him even on the tour. If you can play. It should break a little to his right. We've seen that this is a better line as opposed to the one from right behind the flag. Yes. Spoke too soon.
That's it.
That was
that's painful. As I said, many of these players have actually created chances, but not been able to quite get it. Again, as you said, it's the green sometimes.
There you have it. A replay of that miss. This is fairly benign, this part, do you think?
I told you once, and I told you many times, you're the most optimistic putter I ever met. And for me, no putter is easy till it actually drops.
Now that
This
it's check with each other after the culmination or diligently noting down what each player has made. A look at the 16th hole, a brilliant camera angle shows you this narrow fairway. Probably one of the most difficult driving holes that you get to play the here around. Now we'll be transferring over to Chai Pe Charcha.
You know, Kaka was famous for writing the diary.
Yeah.
So I used to say, Kaka, let's go to sleep.
Yeah.
He says, no, I have to write my diary. I was born to win. I was born to win. Okay, when we would come back from the golf course, so his amazing discipline was even then. I was not disciplined at all. I said, let's go for dinner. No, I have to complete my push-ups and my sit-ups because Milkha uncle had told him, you've got to stay disciplined. And he would do it. He said, 2 minutes I'll take. 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, and then let's go.
That's
for
why
dinner.
he's still continuing doing the push-ups.
What kind? I don't want to mention that here. That's lovely tea. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
oh, those days.
Good old days.
But it's amazing. I think our friendship has lasted through times.
That long. That long.
Times.
So there are times that when we reminiscing, I just take out some picture and show him. He's like zapped. He said, "My God!" I mean, those pictures are still on my phone.
Yeah.
I've transferred some of them on my phone. Yeah.
Fantastic. But it's a good idea. You should put them together and.
Oh my God! I got tons.
It'll be a hot seller. It'll be a hot seller.
I trip in Paris. I trip in UK. I trip everywhere. I've got tons of it.
Yeah.
Korea, Thailand.
Korea, he never went with us to go.
No. We used to go to Nashville Club, yeah.
That Nashville Club.
That time, as a pro professional.
Yeah.
And then Korea, Thailand, Royal Port Call, UK.
Whole of TDC.
TDC.
Oh, I remember Chinta Sen. I think, in the room we used to party. You remember Chinta Sen?
Yeah.
We used to sit under that fountain thing in the pool. Yeah.
Great times.
Great times. Really good times.
Some more anecdotes going down memory lane. And we have Rahil, not quite down the memory lane, finds himself relined here at 17th. Seems like that is quite a famous spot. If you overhit your drives, then you run into those trees.
Depends on what kind of site he has. No, he does have the side of the green there. Low ball, a low hit from there. Not really too bad. These last few holes could be pretty crucial for Rahil. He's 4 behind Jamal, but he's been playing extremely well. This could be his chance. Much as he is so funny and wacky, he is also extremely serious. He's been at it, traveled the world, played for quite a bit of time in the US on the web.com tour.
Let's see how he navigates this shot.
I think I spoke a bit too soon.
But that's all right because he has taken the lesser of two evils. Were he to leave it short, I think that the par would have been a lot more difficult to sort of make. I think from there, at least he has a straightforward chip downhill. So, all in all, I think it's a decent shot where we see Karan Pratap Singh. So, this green is definitely in reach of these long hitters.
Yeah, probably, I mean, Rahil, coming back to Rahil, he probably didn't have a clear view of the flag, which is why he decided to opt for, as you rightly said, lesser of the two evils. This one just didn't come up. So the 17 is actually extracting a lot of price. You know, if you are not very precise, you are going to leave something there. But you can also, like both Bukhraj and Gaurav did earlier in the day, pick birdies if you're smart. Or if you get it right. Sometimes you can be smart but not get it right.
Seems like Abhijit is here in one. Back to the action, we see hole number 18. It's fairly straightforward shot on hole number 18. Nothing more than a sandwich for Brusher Pal here. Let's see how that works out for him. Well, we also see that. We can see Rahil now trying to make his par on hole number 70. That should release. That's worked out really well for him. Now we'll have that 4-footer coming back. Good chip shot by Rahil.
Great one there. He's actually pulled himself out of trouble there, pulled out himself out of. It looked like he's going to be in trouble there, but he's done a pretty great job.
Here, the flight view shows you what the players are faced with on hole number 18. That is real bullet by Yuvraj. Brusher Pal also low fade. That's actually the need of the hour on this 18th hole. Look at Abhijit Chhattar, what appears to be his eagle putt in hole number 17.
Doesn't have a putter.
Yeah.
He decided to go with his for a chip.
Yeah, I left that short. Karan Pratap Singh with his third shot. We saw him there in the trees after his drive. Angad Chima on hole number 18.
It's interesting how some of the players like removing the flag stick before they go for a putt, and sometimes they leave it there. Probably one of the longer putts that they prefer to keep the flag stick in.
Yes, that's more of an individual choice, but it does make sense, especially on slow greens, to not have the flag in from about 5 or 6 yards. Beyond that range, I think, anyways, if it goes in, it's more of a bonus, and the flag does aid. That's why you'll see players tend to take the flag out after about 15 or 20 feet. Let's see what Pal can do now. Seems to be tracking.
Just moved away just before the face. Crucial putt there for Rahil. Misses it after all that good work. Drops a shot here. Can't be happy about that. Even back some of the ground that he had actually made.
This putt should break to his left. That's a brilliant effort by Karan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's never too late to join the live proceeding. Our broadcast started early in the morning, and we were there for the entirety of the round. For the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023, presented by Dick Sports, live on ABP Network, the number one network in the country, joining hands with the number one tour in the country, and also one of the top tours internationally. The PGT, I know, also has world ranking points, and we have some of the heavyweights playing this week. Chima visible on your screen. On the left hand side, the golfer from Chandigarh. And on the right hand side, so we have Abhijit Singh Chadha, also the golfer from Chandigarh. So the local flavor is the theme of the week. Here for his birdie. And to move to 11 under par, Abhijit Chadha, yes, makes that.
He stays in the frame, Chadda. And I keep going back to that. What a marvelous comeback by him despite that triple bogey. I think shows the kind of stuff that he's made of. Very, very gritty. I think he's really done extremely well. One bad hole, but he's actually made up quite a bit.
Shows you that he's got a mature head on his shoulders. Knows that you can't get too amped up over a few mistakes, even if mistakes are quite considerable. It's the ability to bounce back from adversity that actually decides what kind of a player you would become. Angad cleaning up there would make his par. Angad Chima also having a good week thus far. Not the finish that he would have wanted. Angad Chima, sort of the wheels have come off right towards the end. He was 4 under for the round, but finishes 1 under, a double on this 15th, and then a bogey on 17th. So A little off track right towards the end, but he would be at 7 under par, and that would be 8 shots behind the leader, who is visible on our screens right now. And hasn't he done well? That's what sets him apart from the others. His short game magic. He was able to put spin on that ball from the rough. Not easy, especially coming out, hitting a low draw flight. It's just fantastic. I would say he's probably numero uno as far as game inside 100 yards is concerned.
We're talking about earlier about Angat Chima tail of 2 9s, 4 under through the front 9. Yeah, back 3 shots on the back 9. So 1 under for the day.
Let's see if Sachin can one up Jamal. He's done really well. Good shot by Sachin there. Realistic opportunity for birdie at hole number 17. It's been a long day, but it's been a good day. We've seen the top 18 players all shooting under par, bar Pratap Singh, who's 1 over par. It's definitely been a low scoring day. Top 29 players all shooting under par. Amardeep Malik, lonesome figure at 1 over, and Chandrajit Yadav, unfortunately not saving his best for today. It's 3 over with 3 overs to go.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Making the cut for a lot of players, it doesn't feel like much, but at least you make the cut, then you have that boost of confidence. If you're making cut on PGTI, it's competitive to most of the international tours.
So the fact that you are actually having a cut line at even par, that shows that the quality, and we are talking about this golf course not being so easy. I mean, it's actually extracting its price, on the greens, on the fairways. You're a little out of place. You could actually pay, pay a big penalty. We've seen 8s, we've seen 6s.
You look at our tour, that our players are able to compete with the best. When you have a challenge tour event, Om Prakash won it. When you have DP World or European, Chaurasia has won it, and so many others have won it. So it's not that these players are any less. In fact, I feel now that our Indian players, I think that used to lack in yesteryears, but that we didn't have so many long hitters. Now, the tour is littered with long hitters. So there's nothing stopping these players.
And remember, Shimanta Sharma topped it at the Open.
Absolutely.
So Jamal, Chandrajit Yadav and Sachin Basoya and the lead group coming right towards the end of their day's work. Both Jamal and Sachin picking up a birdie on the 16th. Jamal moves back to 15 under, 4 shots ahead of Sachin and 5 clear of Abhijit Singh Chanda.
Chandrajit gave that a good run. Not to be. But this has been a day of low scoring.
Yes.
I'm surprised. I'm pretty certain that the tournament director would take notice of this, and tomorrow the pin positions could be.
You're not hearing our commentary.
You never know.
He's on the course.
You never know. Maybe stranger things have happened. If he is, I'm certain that he's going to put more spicy pin positions tomorrow. I believe the tournament record was 20 under par. I'm not too sure. A few years ago when we had that playoff between Rashid Khan and Shiv Kapoor, that was an exhilarating tournament where Shiv Kapoor on top.
Both are very tenacious players. I mean, they don't give up. They're fighters. There is Sachin. So Sachin cleans it up. The par there. But this is Sachin's been giving himself a lot of opportunities, not converted them, and I think he must be quite upset about it. And of course, there was a bit of a blip out there with a bogey and a double bogey on 14 and 15, which has really spoilt his card for the day. Otherwise, 1 under for the day through 17, and still on the heels of Jamal. Jamal, that's the man out there on the screen. A picture of fair consistency. I mean, he did drop back-to-back bogeys on 14 and 15, but he is still a big leader and will be a favorite going into the final round on Sunday at the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. Jamal takes his own time to make sure that he doesn't give up any ground. Meanwhile, on the right screen, you see Rahil Kanji on the 18th. He dropped a shot on 17, but still is there in the top 5. The second shot for Rahil will be a crucial one, rather something that he would like it close to the pin.
Yeah, this is position A. If you are to get the ball close, wedge in hand, can impart a lot of spin, and that is a fantastic shot right there.
That was a pretty solid shot. Pretty good.
It's a tale of two cities as we look at live feed 1 and 2. On 1, there's a tale of heartbreak. Jamal just about missing that putt, and Rahil snuggled up right next to that flag pin position. Couldn't have placed it better. Let's see if Abhijit Chadha can do one better.
A rare shrug there from Jamal after that drop shot.
Maybe another deuce is in the offing. Not getting that backspin that he would have expected. Karan Pratap also a long hitter. And being able to go toe to toe with Abhijit Chadha is no easy task. And these are some really long drives that they're not that far away from that hazard. And that hazard is about good 365 odd yards from the tee.
Also getting a roll there, as you, I think you must be remembering what you said, as the afternoon wears on. It'll become harder and the roll might become actually a bit more for these boys.
Yeah, but I played this golf course and I know you can roll it up to maybe 100 yards off the green, but they're like 60 yards, 65. So obviously they do possess a lot of power. Change of club, maybe going with intending to flight it a little lower. I think had a lob wedge first. Might have seen that Abhijit's ball didn't spin back, so maybe hoping to hit a low fade from the left. Let's see what he goes with. More of a body turn and try to keep the ball low. And as the ball is airborne, and yes, he was intending to go with the lower left.
Jamal Hussain still the leader in the saddle. The man who's made the big move today has been Milkha Singh Gill with a 6 under, highlighted by an eagle on the 13th and 3 closing birdies. So he was 5 under over the last 6 holes. Royal Kanji needs that birdie there to push himself into the top 3. There a replay of his tee shot. Nice clean one. That's what set him up for a good second shot for a sniff at a birdie. And there is Chadha. And here they are, right at the end of day 3 for themselves. There's one more group behind them with Jamal Hussain, Sachin Basoya, and Chandrajit Yadav. Chaval leader by 4 had a chance to go 5 up. He missed that birdie chance on the 17th. So Karan finishes with a par. The only one in the top 15 odd players not to be in red numbers for the day. Still at 7 under for the week, 3 days, 54 holes, is still in the top 10. Abhijit Chadda looking for one final look at a birdie to close the day and truly make up for that. Nice stroke there. Just shaved past the hole on the right side outside. Not happy with that. He would have given anything to see that drop. Taps it in. Yes, it does. Rahil needs that birdie to make up for that drop shot on the previous hole. He could move into a tied third place with Chadda. A little over 4 feet. Oh, these can be tricky there. To the right, he's not too happy about it. Rahil had a chance. He has to be now satisfied with the par. After that excellent second shot, he gave himself a sniff at a birdie, which he was not able to convert.
Not the easiest putts, especially on this green. I'm wondering how well the players are playing, given the fact that the greens are not the easiest to navigate this week. Just goes to show you the depth of the field and the quality of ball striking that has been on exhibition this week.
Oh, yes. As I say, we've said time and again today, Shaurya, that the quality of golf has gone up by so much. Right from the time that you look at it, say someone like Om Prakash Chauhan actually had to struggle to make the cut. Of course, he's done exceedingly well on day 3 to move up into the top 20. But look at it, even par cut. And here are these guys, not very easy greens. You can actually be penalized heavily if you miss the fairways. You need a lot of accuracy. The golf course is not playing at its easiest. It's been extremely challenging. And we have a leader at 15 under. And we have 3 people in double digits. That's pretty good golf.
Yeah, absolutely. Indian sport and Indian golf is in good hands. And I think a word of appreciation for our sponsors this week, Take Sports, and for the tournament host, Mr. Jeev Milkha Singh. What a brand ambassador for sport, not just here, but even globally. This tournament has been a resounding success in the 6th edition. It has produced some worthy champions indeed. And this week as well, we're seeing some strong competition. Also, a piece of trivia that this is the first tournament on the PGTI that has been named after a player. Some of the winners of the previous editions: Chikka Rangappa, Ajitesh Sandhu, Karandeep Kochar, Shiv Kapoor, and Gaganjit Bhullar. So Ajitesh Sandhu actually had a record at, I think, not sure if it's a record, but the lowest score of this tournament, 20 under par. He beat Rashid Khan. And then in 2021, Shiv Kapoor at 19 under par beat Rashid Khan. So unfortunately, this tournament, Rashid Khan has had a lot of success, but playoffs have not been that kind. And then Gaganjit Bhullar winning it last year at 15 under par. back.
-3 in the penultimate group, quite managing that birdie despite getting a chance there, a look at a birdie, but they didn't close the deal there. So all of them walk off with pars.
If you see, even this putt was missed on the lower side. So we've seen everybody miss it on the right-hand side when
Yes,
putting
exactly.
from
Yes,
above
yes.
the hole. So if only they could see the commentary
There
live.
you are, right at the back.
Jamal running into some trouble here. That's fairly well done from there. He is
Did you
in
say trouble? That was a fantastic get out of it. He got out of the jail there pretty well.
Yeah, so he'll have that up and down to maintain a 4-shot lead.
He was shaking his head over the last hole after missing a possible chance for the birdie. He had to settle for a par just like Sachin did, and here is Chandrajit Yadav.
Chandrajit coming out of the rough, you'll see this ball will react a little differently as compared to the ones that we've seen earlier. Also, a little further out as compared to the others that we've seen. And I think he has overcooked it to the left-hand side. So that's the difference, that, a minute difference. If you're in the fairway, you can attack, and if you're in the rough, you're playing more defensive, so you go further away from the flag. But we were talking about length of the tee. Sachin is no slouch. He hits the ball a fair distance, but he's about 30, at least 25 yards shorter than where the other players were. So it shows you how far Abhijit Chadha and Karan Pratap had hit their drives. Changing clubs again.
Slightly conservative, I get a feeling.
I think again the decision would have been between a lob wedge or a sand. This is definitely coming out a lot higher, so a lob wedge that he's opted to go with. Not an effort that he would like to remember. Would have wanted to be a lot more aggressive from there.
Should be happy if he gets a spot there. Just needs to get a spot there.
Players walk down after 53 holes. We still have Jamal Hussain leading the proceedings. The final hole, the penultimate days coverage. We've had some fantastic golf on display. Now, I've been lucky this week to have been in the August company of Mr. Krishna Swami. Yourself said...
This is October. No, this is November, not August.
Well, we will call it August nevertheless. So it's been very helpful for me, and having learned from your experience. And
Sure, I must say this has been an absolute pleasure to be in the commentary box after a very, very long time for golf. Been there for a few other sports, did golf more than 15, 20 years ago. In commentary for the PGTI itself, we used to have a lot of television shows at that time. And now we've actually never had live coverage like we do now for the last few seasons. It's fantastic.
Getting back to the action, this is, I think this is going to be pivotal, because it'll really shape how he feels, how lunch tastes after this. If he can make this up and down, he'd really feel that he's stolen a shot.
What do you think he's going to have, chicken or biryani?
Either ways, it'll taste good. I think, but this is very excels. He's really good at this. He'll take out a low shot, and this would spin from right to left. He likes to favor those low draw chip shots. Let's see how he does this time.
Pitch and roll?
Would have a little bit of spin on it.
No, he did.
Let's see what he does. A little bit, again, a draw shot, but not his best effort.
Testy putt out there.
Pitched a little too short. You see, he has a little more, his short game is good, but it's a conservative short game.
Yes.
It's
you're
not.
Right. You're right.
It's not that elegant short game where you pitch it near the flag and it spins like somebody like Yuvraj. So the margin
or
for error,
like his own countryman Siddiqui.
Yeah, so he tends to get the ball on the ground as quick as possible. So that's his short game modus operandi. So
keeps his feet on the ground.
Yes. Chandrajit Yadav, as I say, it might thus far it's It's a week to remember and a day to forget. Let's see if he can make it a little sweeter by holding this one. That would definitely change his perspective on things. Right now, he's 3 over par. Made those two double bogeys in 10 and 12. Had a fairly good front nine. Back nine's been a little disappointing. Let's see if he can make amends here.
If he can get a par from here, he will have done well. Considering what he's given away, 2 doubles and 2 bogeys. So, and he's dropped quite a bit. He's now down to 12th place. But still, a par here would give him a fair shot at a good finish tomorrow and try and keep his card.
Yeah, he's tied 12th, and he's only about 4 shots behind, tied, and 5 shots behind the second place position. So a brilliant round tomorrow, and there's no limit on where he could finish. And that's a decent putt by him. Good effort.
Remember, he's fighting to keep his job next year.
Yes, and I think he's putting on quite the show. As they say, fight the good fight.
With 5 more tournaments with a sizable amount of prize money out there, Chandrajit Yadav has a lot to look forward to after this fine performance here. Never mind this third round, which I'm sure he'll forget tonight and come back strong tomorrow.
Sachin, we saw him there from the fair.
I can't stop admiring his shirt.
Yeah, he's definitely got all the style points this week.
I need to find out where he's got that from.
Reminds you a little bit of the John Daly type dressing style where,
But these days, Ricky Fowler, Victor Hovland. Victor Hovland wears very colorful shirts. Justin Lindenberg dresses him up with these colorful shirts. Though he himself feels very embarrassed about it. He says, listen, my sponsors do it. I can't do much about it.
They should break a little to the right. And he's... Very unfortunate for that not to fall in the hole.
He's had quite a few misses like that. And I think that is something that I'm sure he'll think about when he goes back and nibbles at his lunch.
You saw that ball take a couple of bobbles, and that might have been the undoing
To
there.
give it a good whack. I mean, it had to travel a long distance. Hoping it is his last putt for the day. Jamal needs this like never before. Oh, that's... There you see the head go down. Not happy, a shrug there.
Yeah, that's an unforced error.
I think more because, where he went off his tee shot, that determined a lot.
Yeah, not the best part. Seemed a little tentative. Normally he's rather firm. That's what undid him on this 18th. Also, he would drop back to 14 and still have a 3-shot lead. That's not too bad heading into the final day.
Considering he was almost 5 ahead, he will not be too happy about being 3 ahead. That's 2 shots. Chandrajit Yadav gets a much needed par. He is happy about that. Look at the smile on his caddy's face. And he says, oh my God, thank God this day is over.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant day's golf for all these players. Brilliant golf all around on this penultimate day. Jamal would be at 14 under par, leading by 3 shots over Sachin Besoya, and Abhijit Chadha would be 4 shots adrift. Look at the top 10 scores. The scores on 17th, 18th would be updated. So Jamal, our leader, would drop down to 14 under par.
There we have it, 14 under now for Jamal Hussain, 202, 3 clear of Sachin Basoya at 11 under. So Jamal dropped a bogey in the last one, so his lead cut down from 4 to 3. Abhijit Chadha at 3rd place with 10 under, a fantastic fight back from him. Despite a triple bogey on the par 5 7th, he had an eagle on 12th to make up. And we have Pukhraj Singh Gill and Rahil Kanji tied for 4th place at 9 under. So that's the top 5. Gaurav Pratap Singh and Tabi Guy in 6th place at a tie at 208 at 8 under. And then Adil Bedi, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Angad Chima and Karan Pratap Singh not willing to go away. They're hanging in there in ties.
Yeah, word of mention for Gaurav Pratap Singh. Brilliant round. 4 under par, a little under the radar today, but he sees himself climb up to 6th position and pretty much in the thick of things, 6 shots behind. So I think tomorrow promises to be a very exciting day. We saw tons of birdies, eagles today. It was a day where the course was there for the taking, and Pukhraj Singh produced the best round thus far. So brilliant round by Pukhraj, and then you go lower down, you see quite a few 4 under pars. Pawan Kumar, Gaurav Pratap Singh, N. Thanga Raja, 5 under by Om Prakash Chauhan. I think I've been most impressed by Om Prakash, making the cut on the number and then showing us why he's numero uno.
Few bogey-free rounds today. I mean, he's had 5 bogeys and 5 birdies and no bogeys. Shows you why he's the champion golfer so far this year. I mean, it's amazing. He started from the back line, 2 birdies on the back line and 3 on the front line for a brilliant 5 under, which pushes him into top 20. He's in tied 19th place. He seems to be set for a final day assault to try and even get better.
I'm sure if there are any statistics around, it'll show that Om Prakash Chauhan would be the player who would be maybe leading the bogey-free round. I saw him do that in Jammu as well, and that's a treacherous golf course as well. And he very demanding golf course like Chandigarh, so demanding here off the tee, and even the greens the way they are. So it shows you that he has that pedigree which is required, and that's why he's our number 1 player on the order of merit. But it's not going to be easy. He's being chased by Aman Raj, and Aman currently sitting in at 30th position, has his work cut out, and currently at the end is Rohit Besoya at 8 over.
Just a final look there. Om Prakash Chauhan is the only player to be bogey-free in the top 24 place there. So probably in the entire round, and surely symptomatic of the kind of form and frame of mind that he is. A fantastic 5 under, 66 for him. And the leader after 54 holes, Jamal Hussain of Bangladesh, looking for his 2nd win of the season. Now at 14 under, 11 under is what Sachin Basoya is at, and in 2nd place, Abhijit Chadha at 10 under. In 3rd place, Pukhraj and Rahil Kanji tied for the 4th at 9 under each.
We'd implore you to stay around a little longer. The highlights will come up in a bit, and we'll show you the best action from today and the pick of the golfers. And while you wait, you can also look at this beautiful golf course here. We had Sachin Besoya, that brilliant chip on the first.
Jamal, a mixed day, an excellent front nine, and less than too happy, and I'm sure not about the back one, the back stretch. Karan Pratap and man with a lot of potential there.
Anka Chima. This was hole number 11. Amardeep Malik. He had his sight set on that Jimmy, hitting it right over the flagstick. And tomorrow's another day. The car is still there.
The car is still there. You want to take a drive to Chandigarh to get that?
I wish they would actually allow commentators just to talk and get the car, but unfortunately, no free lunches. You have to get the ball in the hole. Few came close. You saw this shot. I thought this was probably the closest of the day. It rolled by. Some excitement, definitely. And the 18th hole. So quite a few putts missed here. And this was definitely the short game shot of the day by Yuvraj. Smooth.
Had to sum it up quickly, the round of the day from Milkha Singh Gill 6 under 66. The boo-boo of the day, the forgettable round, the hole of the day, a snowman 8 for Abhijit Singh Chadda on the par 5 7th. And the shirt of the day, Sachin Basoya.
Yes, you summarized it very well. But given the fact that he had that boo-boo, he still made quite a few birdies and eagles, and
it can also be the fight of the day.
I think that can actually spur you on. You know, sometimes you're in a little bit of a mental siesta, and that's it. You need a bolt from the blue. And Rahul Ganji there.
Old as gold, that's Rahul Ganji.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain he wouldn't like that sentiment.
Oh no.
Young.
He's young at heart.
It's
still a lively guy, fantastic person.
That's what sport is.
Great guy to spend an evening with, honestly.
So tomorrow, for our viewers, we'd say first you watch our proceedings and then watch the World Cup. You have such a bonanza in store for you. Watch golf in the morning. As soon as it ends, then you can see that heavyweight match, India versus South Africa. And what better way than watch the Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational 2023 and then head over to watch cricket. And that's going to be it from me, your host Shoaib Singh, joined alongside senior veteran journalist Mr. Swami, and it was a fantastic day.
Thank you very much for making it so comfortable, Shoaib.
And likewise, sir. And we implore our viewers, please join us again tomorrow, and do let us know what you enjoyed. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and so on and so forth. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Cheers, and have a good day.